He can engineer a win. Jamarl Tyndall. Duelists are ready. Let's get into game number 1.
All right, well, no secrets anymore. Let's go ahead and spoil that surprise.
We got Mimigools, baby. I have been a fan of Mimigools since the day that they were announced. I was theory crafting how is the best way to build this deck from the first wave of support, and then the second came out and it all came together. There's been multiple ways to build the deck. I'm very excited to highlight how it's going to be played today, because this is a way that I don't traditionally play it, but of all the ways you can play Mimighoul, they are all scary in different ways. This way, mostly because a lot of people, to be honest, have not read the Mimighoul cards. Which, speaking of Joe, how experienced are you with this? Would you be able to match up against Mimighouls at a tournament like this?
I have read the cards. I don't necessarily know what the game plan is in the grand scheme of things. I know the field spell is really powerful, and I don't want that to resolve. So that would be my primary pathway. I mean, this is actually something that's really important. Mimighouls made up less than 0.5% of the field. So when you go to an event, you can only prepare for so many decks and plan and play against them for hours and hours and hours. You will every once in a while, though, play against decks that you don't have familiarity with. I remember one time I played the last round of a YCS against ninjas, and this is way before the more recent support. So that was a strategy, again, where you're reading a lot of the cards in the bubble match of a YCS.
Yeah.
High stakes. Again, there was probably 5 ninja players in that event in totality, and here I am round 11 of a YCS playing against it to make it into the top 32. So you need to find ways of very quickly learning. Game 1 is incredibly important. You need to get as much information as possible, because if you sacrifice game 1 based on your lack of experience, you need to side deck well, take advantage of going first in game 2, and then find a way to squeak by game 3.
You're absolutely right, because, you know, a lot of times we've talked about how there's no shame in conceding early to maximize how much time you have left in the duel, but technically you are giving up a chance to actually just see what the cards do if you're unfamiliar with them, right? Reading is one thing, but actually seeing it in reality, seeing somebody who has gone through just as many rounds as you, has the same record, playing cards you've never seen before is really just part of this game with so many thousands of cards. At some point, you're going to run into a great duelist doing something a little different.
And you just don't know where to interact to really shut down what they're trying to do, what the combos are, but that's the fun thing about Mimighouls. We're getting into game number 1, is that they can play through a lot, and also the combos themselves aren't exactly like traditional combos that you would think of for a combo deck. Let's use able to win the die roll, though, because that can be a big tell of how well Mimighoul is going to do. You do want to go first, and there we go. Looks like the die roll is won by Wesley.
This is the perfect way to get a chance to take a look at actually this deck in action. Let him go first.
Definitely be a masterclass. I'll be looking at Jamarl's face to see if he knows Mimighoul or not, just based on the expression when the first cup's down.
Stand by me.
Okay, I'm trying to get a look at the hand here. And we just started with Dungeon. So, one of the best cards in the archetype of Mimighouls. It allows you once per turn to search for a Mimighoul monster from your deck or your graveyard. So, really fantastic recursion. And you're going to go for Mimighoul Dragon. One of, if not the best normal summons in the deck. On normal summon or special summon, you can search your deck for a Mimighoul spell or trap card.
We don't want to spoil anything, but that card can be special summoned in a few different ways in this particular strategy.
Yes, but it's getting hit with the effect Veiler. So this is one of the areas that you can try and slow down Mimighoul. But we already have the Mimighoul Fairy, which is, if you control a Mimighoul monster, you can just special summon it from hand. So it's a fantastic extension and one of the better cards to play through some of these hand interactions.
Certainly helps there, having the extra support to be able to get out those brand new Mimighoul Xyz monsters. Now, they came out relatively recently in Rage of the Abyss, but we didn't necessarily get to see them on the top tables just like that. But it is interesting that the judge has to read it just immediately.
I love that. Again, the Mimighoul, I promise everybody, Mimighouls are good. I love this archetype so much. Read the cards, because you would be shocked what you can actually do with them, and I'm very excited to see if Wesley can show it off. So we're going to go into, looks like, Gigantic Mimighoul, or Giant Mimighoul, which will, on summon, search for any Mimighoul card in your deck. And another effect Veiler.
Both ultimate rare. Man, showing up today, Jamarl.
It's funny you called it Gigantic for a moment, because their effects kind of remind me of Sprite to a certain extent.
I also am a Sprite player, so that's where that one came out of. Now was that just a pass?
I think that was it, yeah.
Oh, that is, okay. You know, I was excited to show off Mimighoul and what it can do. That's not exactly what you want to do as the Mimighoul player, I will tell you.
I will say Jamarl seemed to just be like, okay, yeah, Mimighoul Dungeon right when it was activated, so maybe he is not surprised at all.
So the problem is, Mimighoul Dungeon does function as fantastic disruption for your opponent if they have a face-down monster. If they have a monster set on their field, they cannot normal summon, but he wasn't able to end with the face-down monster on the opponent's field. So there's no interaction. Giant Mimighoul on its own, Dungeon on its own, don't actually slow down anything. So it's going to come down to hand interactions now for Wesley to survive this turn.
Well, Joe, we know how powerful that it can be when Ryzel plays uninterrupted, especially with that Moon of the Closed Heaven out.
Yeah, this exposes that he is in fact playing Defeatsmith cards in his deck. And I'm kind of curious if there is the possibility of using the Ash Blossom on the ice, kind of that originally started this turn. Maybe the fact that he's paired it here with an Effect Veiler, or sorry, with a Nibiru in his hand, that he feels confident that he can kind of utilize and leverage that Nibiru a little bit later in the turn.
Now we're going to go and discard the Fiendsmith Engraver there, grabbing something new after the Fiendsmith Requiem was stopped. Oh, yeah, he went straight for the Lurie. Now, a little ahead of yourself. Need to grab the Fiendsmith's Tract, then grab the Lurie, then discard it. Remember, it was a long day yesterday, so you got to really feel for these duelists trying to slug it out.
I was thinking about that all night, because it's a long day for us on the broadcast, too, but it's a much longer day.
Much longer.
We got to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! We got to talk about it, but these duelists are dueling for 9 rounds in one day. They have to go back to their hotel, get as much sleep as possible, and then come back and do it again.
Salar and I actually had this conversation yesterday, and we actually agreed it was a little bit of the opposite, just because you get so locked in playing that there's like this almost this flow state that you're in. If the event's going well and you're really getting into your deck and you're just so locked in, so.
Well, see, Joe, the difference between you and me is that you're very good at this game.
Hey, but you could be too locked in, which Tramal did kind of, grab the wrong card there, but eventually he made it out. So Lurie is on the field now because, of course, it was discarded from the Fiendsmith's track there. But now we're going to see where this goes. Some duelists opt to run 2 Fiendsmith Requiem if they have space, but if you're running a Ryzel deck, the extra deck is pretty tight.
Yeah, Ryzel players have had to, as the Fiendsmith cards have become more popular, cut some of the previous cards that were somewhat popular in some of the earlier builds of Ryzel that were a little bit more pure, especially with the release of also Eclipse Twins that you want to incorporate into the extra deck.
Yeah, you really have to cut down on some of those Ryzels.
One of those decks that even if we had a 30-card extra deck, it would still be cramped for space because there's just so many good options to choose from. It looks like he's going to go
Could you imagine?
Oh, yeah, the
30-card
Necroquip
extra deck.
Princess.
Now we'll be able to summon back out the Engraver, so this is going to threaten Nibiru. Well, it's going to threaten DDD, which is then going to proc the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Threatening your threat.
Wave High King Caesar hit the field. I got it right?
I think so.
I think I got it right. 2 level 6s on the field, and it looks like it's being allowed to overlay.
All right. Well,
The
touche.
network has
Oh, wow.
been overlaid, and Wave High King Caesar on the field. So Nibiru is no longer disruption anymore, and we're just going to keep playing.
Maybe he was so concerned about keeping the giant Mimical that he didn't want to use Nibiru the Primal Being, but we'll see if that ends up paying off.
I do not think that's worth it. The only problem is that, it's only dealing with the Wave High King Caesar. You're not stopping the rest of the turn. So, yeah, you lose your giant. But I guess, to the credit of Mimigoul's, one of the other kind of hidden effects of the field spell is that on the turn that they're not normal or special summoned, all Mimigouls gain attack equal to their defense. So, right now, that is a giant Mimigoul. It's got a lot of attack. So it could be
1,000?
I believe it's 3,300 if I'm
wow,
correct.
okay.
You can check me on that right now because I don't have the cards in front of me and it's hard to see the screen. But I believe it's over 3,000, which can be difficult to actually get through.
Hopefully, Jamar has some knowledge of the deck well enough that he doesn't make a mistake of perhaps attacking into it with a monster that's not quite strong enough.
Could you imagine? Because again, every Mimighoul card, I think part of the strength of this deck is that they all have 2 to 3 effects, and sometimes you miss one of them. And if your opponent misses that one effect, the crucial important one.
Well, he didn't miss anything so far. It is 3,300 attack.
There
Check
we
that
go.
Via the handy-dandy Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron
I'm going to keep track. Look, can we get a counter on screen?
Yeah, score is
I love
one.
requesting things in production I know they can't do. It's a great bit.
Leave our wonderful production staff
They're doing
alone.
fantastic. I love them. But there's one for me of the correct score. I'll keep track mentally.
Well, speaking of not leaving things alone, though, look, we've already got Eclipse Twins in the graveyard, cycling 2 cards via the Ryzel Cross Field spell to the bottom of the deck and drawing a card. Everything is going Jamal's way. So I wonder why Wesley is hanging in there. Not worried about conserving time. Maybe Mimighoul doesn't need to do that. He's just kind of feeling his opponent out and see what options he has.
Mimighoul does play relatively slow, so it can turn into grind games very often. A lot of it will, how quickly can you end a game will come down to what extra deck monsters are you running. Because the Mimighoul monsters themselves, they're pretty small. And yes, there's another hidden effect. Giant Mimighoul has multiple effects. One of them is that your non-Xyz Mimighouls can attack directly if your opponent controls a face-down monster. So you can do a lot of damage that way, but they only get the attack buff the turn that they weren't summoned, normal or special summoned. So I don't expect that to really come up right here. I think it will come down to, can Jamarl end the game this turn, or can he just put up enough disruptions so that Wesley can't really do anything on his turn?
Yeah, especially because we know he has Nibiru in hand, so he's already kind of playing one card short.
Yeah. But again, the dungeon, the field spell, every turn can search for a Mimighoul card, or monster. So if that goes into Dragon, Dragon can then normal summon, search for any spell or trap. That can go into either the trap, which is essentially kind of like a combination of Emergency Teleport and Book of Moon, if you think of it that way. Or you can go Mimighoul Maker, which gets up more stuff from the deck. I'm talking a lot about the Mimighouls right now because we're just waiting to see what Jamarl decides to go for the full combo here. Looks like there's a Detonator on the field with the Wave Hiking Caesar, which is still, I think, a very strong field to have. It's going to be tough for Mimighoul to play through that, too.
But notice that Mimighoul is going to have to play through it, considering with the Ryzel Detonators in defense mode. Powerful as a card it may be, it's not going to be 3,300 attack.
And that proves to us Jamarl knows that Giant Mimighoul has a lot of attack points right now.
More than he can hear you from here. Teasing, of course.
I don't think that's an issue. But now you got me paranoid. I'm going to start whispering for the rest of the cast.
I'm teasing.
No, you're in my head now.
Well, if I spy my Millennium Eye, it looks like he's just going to go and attack.
Yeah?
He doesn't trip over the twins at all, so yeah, just straight damage.
Interesting call.
He's going to be able to protect
Hola,
the
hola.
Detonator.
Oh, that's true, because he couldn't attach
Yeah.
material there. Interesting. So he forgot his opponent's special ability.
Yeah, and that's shocking because to make it this far into an event and have that not come up, like you should have played against enough Ryziel to know. So I'm wondering if this was intentional. Yeah, okay. So this was the other thought was like.
Oh,
just
bueno,
say,
entonces
yeah,
Mimighoul
hit the
versus
thing, do some damage,
Ryziel.
and then go into a Zeus. This is what I'm talking about with the Mimighoul deck, is that you have so much flexibility in your extra deck because there's not many Mimighoul extra deck monsters. So we have a Zeus on the field.
It's been a while since Zeus has seen play. I mean, it's kind of interesting with decks like Ryziel that have Exceed monsters, but kind of the nature of the leveling.
Yep.
We see here a chain of the Detonator to at least destroy the Zeus post the activation.
Vamos, voten, voten, voten.
And then he's
¿Quién
going
va a
to
ganar?
target the field spell, so that's going to be sent away with Zeus already. And now we're going to go Crossout Designator, so he's going to try to find a card in his deck that he thinks, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that's a very smart play, actually. The Mimighoul deck does like to play that because the Mimighoul monsters, you put them on your opponent's field face down. All of them, all the flip effects have that ability. They can special summon your opponent's field face down. But then if you can flip them up, it's your opponent's monster that's activating the effect. So Triple Tactic Silence is one of the best cards in Mimighoul. It's a very heads-up play from Jamarl.
Probably the only realistic option. Now, granted, he would have had to have drawn the talents because the double effect failure on turn 1 suggests that he wouldn't have had it in his opening hand.
True.
But it is still probably the only card in his
It's
deck that has
optimization.
that. Yeah, it's small, but it does play around the possibility of him drawing it this turn.
Friendly reminder about the impact of Supreme Darkness. That Zeus may have cleared the field, but Eclipse Twins was able to get Ryzel Detonator back on the field, given an Exceeds material, and then Detonator's effect activated to give another Exceeds material, so you didn't get as much mileage from Zeus simply because we're in Supreme Darkness.
Yeah, you got through the back row and you got through the Wave Hiking Caesar, though.
Which opens up his Nibiru now, so there is some value here.
Good
Well,
call.
also opens up the Mimighouls.
Mimighoul Maker. Let's talk about this spell card. It lets you search your deck for 2 flip effect monsters. Then your opponent randomly selects one of them that gets special summoned to their field face down. You add the other to your hand. On resolution, you can then special summon a Mimighoul monster from your hand. So this is actually the best possible combination right now. We do Archfiend and Dragon. I'll explain what they do on summon here. Again, Dragon on special summon gets to search your deck for a spell or trap, Mimighoul spell or trap. So unless this is negated, this can then go into another of the field spell. Probably, I would imagine, could go into the trap. We'll see which decision Wesley makes. But Archfiend has the flip effect that when it's flipped up, your opponent draws a card, then you discard a card, and then you give control of Archfiend to your opponent. So if Wesley can actually flip that up here, that's really big. But instead of going into Typhon, so wait, did we not? Oh, we did search. Yeah, so we have the dungeon in hand, and the Typhon will deal with the field. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Getting the Mimighoul dungeon back online here.
And of course, Typhon locks out the Detonator effect, so that's always been a historically reasonable counter to Detonator.
And importantly here, because there is now a face-down monster on Jamarl's field, the Mimighoul Dungeon's extra effect kicks in. When you control a face-down monster, you cannot normal summon, and you cannot attack with special summoned monsters the turn they're special summoned. So it really slows down Jamarl's options. You really have to flip that Archfiend before you start going for your plays, and then your opponent gets a draw, you have to discard. This is the strength of Mimighouls. It's all about the field spell and what it limits your opponent from doing. They have to flip up and see what's inside of all those chests.
I definitely understand how Wesley got this far, though. I mean, think about the field he was facing and how much he has stabilized this game.
Another really awesome interaction there is the Eclipse Wyvern, the Eclipse Twins had been activated earlier in the turn, so not only did he deal with the detonator, he actually dealt with the twins, at least this iteration of the twins. Now, it's still in the graveyard, so it can be brought back with another detonator in the future, but he actually dealt with the detonator twice with the twin activation already being used.
And Typhon's still on the field, by the way.
Indeed.
So any monster with 3,000 more attacks effect is still going to be negated.
It does include his Nibiru, but for the purposes here, let's assume that Typhon is removed from the field. He survives. You could Nibiru main phase 2.
Yeah. And it really does come down to that patience. He held the Nibiru and did not use it to stop the Wave Hiking Caesar. He trusted. Giant Mimighoul is so giant. 3,300 attack is too much for Ryzeal to just get through its engine.
But if Ryzeal can't, maybe Fiendsmith can. As Lacrima sends the Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard, we might be seeing Desiree and friends soon. Oh, but Abyssal Baldrake first. Going to go ahead and banish that Necroquip Princess. We might be seeing a Chaos Angel.
Oh.
But you couldn't activate its effects. That'll
Just
be
attack
interesting.
over
yeah.
then. But it can't attack the turn special summon until
because
you
of the
flip that
dungeon,
Mimighoul Archfiend. So you're going to have to flip that at some point. But this is another effect. Every Mimighoul card has extra effects. You need to read them. When you special summon a monster, or your opponent does, you can banish Mimighoul Maker, the spell from your graveyard, to flip a monster on their field face up. So now you're forcing the activation of that Archfiend.
Very similar to Fiendsmith in Paradise, just for the Mimighoul strategy.
But it's an interesting time to do it. You could have waited for the Chaos Angel, or just not used it, because now they can attack with special summon monsters, and they can also normal summon monsters.
Oh, but no Chaos Angel. Looks like instead we're going to Fiendsmith Sequence.
Oh, and since we know, I'm going to whisper again because you got it in my head. There's a Nibiru in hand for Wesley, so this could be an incredible bait that you let Jamarl extend, clear the Typhon, main phase 2, you drop the Nibiru.
It's basically an unreadable Nibiru, too, because Maker was the card that was drawn the previous turn, which makes sense because he would have activated on the first turn. He also threatened the High King and didn't Nibiru then. So it's a Nibiru that's unreadable because he already, quote-unquote, checked for Nibiru earlier.
Very impressed with Wesley's play. Jamarl's also playing this very well, too. I mean, like, you're pulling off the combos correctly for Ryzeal Fiendsmith, but when you're playing against such a unique deck with so many unique interactions, it can get tricky.
And now this Typhon is off the field. Nibiru is now live.
Oh, boy. So now we can normal summon. We've been lulled into a false sense of security almost here.
So we're going to go ahead and use the bonfire there to grab a Ryzeal. So Ice Ryzeal could be, going to go ahead and just summon that out and try to special summon from the deck with Akmade on the field.
I think you don't let them overlay here, I would imagine.
This feels like the time.
Well, we do have X, which is annoying.
We already duo drived, so it depends on if he's playing multiple. He's not playing multiple duo drives.
Straight
But the problem here is this is going to try to...
Yeah, the Eclipse Twin still.
So you just
that's
chain
smart.
it, and you Nibiru him.
Oh.
The unreadable Nibiru.
It's almost like having a trap with Jinzo on the field, right? It's like, why would you set that? Because I knew this was going to happen. And precisely that, right? Clearing out the detonator before it even has the Eclipse Twins attached.
I mean, I still think you probably would have done it earlier, though, to avoid this destroying your dungeon, because dungeon is a recurring piece of card advantage. So in one end, it's great that the Nibiru came down, but I think, assuming it was 5 summons, I would have certainly done it prior to the detonator hitting the field.
I'm almost certain it was. I wasn't keeping track, so who knows, but yeah.
Unless he has another
what else
copy.
is in hand.
He might have another copy. I think I actually saw that earlier, but still, I don't think he would just waste it.
Could be trying to get rid of the detonators in advance. Think about that. That's one less detonator to deal with.
And we talked about the tight extra deck. A lot of decks are only running the 1, the 2. So if they are on 2, you get that information for dual 2 also.
Speaking of 2, we're actually passing the turnover to our Wesley because the token's enough. Just shut things down. Okay, so we're going to put Lacrima back in the deck here to activate its effect. Activate Day is a firing.
Actually, is Lacrima effect for the... Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Certainly an interesting duel. It has gone really swinging both directions, right? Every player has gotten to do exactly what they wanted to do, but just not quite enough to finish things out.
Another of the many reasons that you should give Mimighoul a shot. It's a fun deck to play, but this is how pretty much every game goes. Like, I don't think I've won a Mimighoul game in a single turn. It takes interaction and back and forth and really grind out your opponent. And we have another Mimighoul Maker. This is that same spell that we saw earlier. Gets to search for 2 flip effects.
And it's any 2 flip effects, right? Doesn't have to be Mimighoul
yeah,
monsters.
that's where some of the fun building comes in. You
Ooh.
can do a lot of like Morphine Jar,
Cyber
like,
Jar?
give your opponent,
Ooh.
yeah,
Cyber Jar.
fresh off the list. You know, you can run a couple of those. But there's a lot of fun options that you can do. I still think that just pure Mimighouls is probably the best way, just because you don't want to draw those other ones, and you can't guarantee giving it to your opponent because it's kind of 50-50. But this two in particular, just go in. Archfiend Dragon guarantees that you will bare minimum at least get to like a rank 1, which could be Giant Mimighoul, or there's another Mimighoul XYZ we haven't seen yet. We'll see if Wesley's on it. And it looks like it's the same. This is the one that I like. I rather give my opponent Archfiend and summon the Dragon than give Dragon and summon Archfiend. But the benefit of giving Dragon in this situation is you summon the Archfiend, flip the Dragon, and Dragon on flip, we haven't seen it happen yet, but on flip summon, or just flipped face up, it destroys all non-Mimighouls and or all face up non-Mimighouls on your field. So it
like
would
a Thunder Crash. Wow.
Yeah, it would clear the token and the Agnonde, but because of this, we're just gonna get the dungeon, which is still fine. We can just search for another Archfiend from Dactyr Graveyard.
So Agnonde is now going to kind of swap itself out for the Desiree.
Okay, so now we have the effects negations.
And that would be enough, right? Remember, it's 3
Yeah.
all at the same time, but still 1 burst of 3 negates is very powerful, especially when it does not target.
But we haven't gone battle phase yet, so theoretically, I think Wesley can deal with that with the Nibiru. We'll see what the plan Wesley has is. I didn't see how big the token was. I wasn't keeping track of the math, because you also want to deal with that at some point.
Pretty
Yeah.
big since it was Detonator and a couple of other monsters as well, so it is a little scary.
Yeah. So it looks like we have another dragon in hand, I imagine.
And I think I see a triple tactics thrust.
Oh, that's big. Thrust is very strong. Mostly because he gets to talents.
Yeah.
I was about
then-
to ask, what was in his deck? Does he have talents? Probably a
Uh,
single copy at least. Yeah, it looks like he has a copy of
Talent
2,
is
actually.
a very popular card to run in Mimighoul because again, your opponent is activating the flip effects, but also it's good even into their own cards. So we're gonna normal summon the dragon. We've already used the once per turn effect to search, but we can now overlay and go into the extra deck for something else here.
Is this going to be another giant, or are we going to go into a throne?
Giant or Throne is the other one. On summon, you can detach material to summon a well, I'm not even going to talk about it because it's neither of the options. It's option number 3.
It's number 3, actually. No, number 31.
I was close. All right, so that I'm 1 for 2.
The embodiment of punishment.
Now I have to say, this is again the flexibility of the Mimighoul deck is that you have so many different extra deck cards that you can run. Run us through that one, Steven.
So we don't see this every day, so again, once per turn during either player's turn, you can detach an Xyz material card, which Wesley just did, change all monsters your opponent controls to face-up attack position. How great for Mimighouls, right?
Yep.
Then, all monsters your opponent currently controls must attack this turn if able. That's a quick effect, of course. But I think you can just use it for that Book of Taiyu-like effect to flip your opponent's Mimighouls up. Then, wow, this is crazy. While you control number 31 Embodiment and Punishment, this card gains these effects. Oh, because this is number 13, not number 31. Okay, so 31, different monster. My apologies, friends. During the player's turn, detach an Xyz material, and the same thing, change all the monsters to attack position, and also all monsters your opponent controls must attack if able.
Thank you for updating us on what the Xyz monster does, but it flipped up the Archfiend. We ripped the last card out of Jamarl's hand, drew a card, and then linked into Relinquished Anima to deal with the token, and that's it. That's game 1.
That's it.
Mimighoul
Applause from the
takes game
crowd.
1.
Wow.
That number 31, it's almost like this entire strategy was based on a card like that. It reminds me a little bit of the Mind Hacker with Kashtira, where all of a sudden a new strategy comes out and you're like, whoa, this is almost a custom card from years ago.
Yeah, Diablosis really paired well with Kashtira in the same way that both number 13 and 31 pairs. It's funny because 13 and 31
Se acabó el primer round.
except they're looking for
Lo
each other,
ganó
so it's an
Weasley.
easy card to mix up. But Wesley didn't mix anything up here. He is
El
sort
primer
of
ganador.
lightly absorbing that little
El
smile between
primer
his
round.
temper.
Don
I'll
Mimigul.
right now,
Vamos allá.
dozens of Mimigul players around the world are very
1-0.
dozens of us.
Were you playing 13 or 31 in your Mimigul strategy?
I gotta say, I'm a little embarrassed. I might have overlooked that one.
You better now.
I'm gonna go check
It's a
it
custom
out.
card.
I'm gonna check out the vendors here. Yeah.
It's a
That
rank
is a
1
custom
Xyz
card, yeah.
that flips all their monsters. You just give them Mimiguls, you're like, up, guys, up.
Like I had been saying, the flexibility of this deck is out the wazoo. The way I played it, I haven't played it in a couple of weeks here because of the original Sinful Spoils ban.
Oh,
I was
yeah, I
actually
played
playing
that
the
list
Snake
against
Eyes
you, yeah.
variant of it. I've talked with other Mimigul enthusiasts on the
All
internet.
dozens of them.
All dozens. You know, we have a Discord. We don't. But the way I was playing it was use the Snake Eyes cards because they're all level 1s, and you can go into Giant Mimigul because it's a generic. You just need any 2 level 1s, and then that gets into your Mimigul cards. Alternatively, if you open your Mimiguls, you can also just play Snake Eyes stuff. So that's how I chose to build the deck, but that makes the extra deck much more limited because I'm looking for then Snake Eye cards and things that combo off of that. But when you don't have access to original Sinful Spoils and you're playing just the pure Mimiguls, these other options start to pop up, and I think that, again, that's one of the strengths of the deck. You only have 2 Xyz monsters in Archetype. You have a lot of flexibility.
Another question I have is, we see a little bit more of sort of a committed Mimigul strategy. What are your thoughts on the Kashtira variation? Why would players incorporate that into this deck?
Yeah, so I am a little shocked that anybody would think of playing Mimigul without Kashtira, just because of the innate synergies. Again, it's kind of like the Triple Tactics talent. Your opponent is the one activating the effect. If you can put a monster on their field face down and then flips up, and you have a Cashier Unicorn, you get to take away one of those important extra deck cards. Plus the Unicorn, obviously we know this with the Birth, you can go into all kinds of extra deck plays. But it isn't in Archetype, it isn't like your own Mimigul engine, so maybe that's the reason to not play it. And also, it can be inconsistent to make sure that you are flipping up a monster on your opponent's field. As we saw in that game 1, I think he only did it twice. So, and neither of them, or only one of them was on his turn with that that overlay play when he won the duel. Like, you didn't need the Cashier Unicorn to take anything from the opponent's deck. So maybe that's the argument that Wesley's having here, is like, it's almost like a win more. Like, you don't need it to do what Mimigul is actually trying to do, because it's inconsistent to guarantee that you're going to force them to activate a monster effect. But that would be the theory behind it, and why I play the Cashier cards in my variants, is that it's their effects activated.
Well, you've been the resident Mimigul expert. What are you worried about if your opponent is on Fiendsmith Ryzel and they're going first? How are you going to have to play through it, or what are you scared you can't play through from a turn 1 board?
Well, so the benefit of things like Triple Tactics, Talent, and Thrust is that you're running them main deck no matter what. So those are obviously great going in second cards, because you can try and play through a lot of what your opponent's going to set up. So I'm imagining those are staying in. The weakness of the deck that we saw is it does play slow. Like, you're probably going to give your opponent a turn or 2 before you can close out the game. So that, I would say, is the biggest scary thing with Fiendsmith, is because they have such incredible recursion. You have to deal with so much every turn. But the benefit of Mimigul is that you can play the annoying cards like Dimension Shifter and not be worried about it. So I think that, Wesley, if you get something like that, you can really shut down what your opponent's trying to do. And then that could be the path to victory here.
Well, speaking of the path to victory, the players look like they're ready to start, so we'll be underway soon, but it's going to be really interesting to see. We got to see Mimigul go first. Now we get to see what it looks like if Jamal takes first, what it looks like for Mimigul to go second.
I'm just so happy, man.
Hey, it's exciting to see all of these different decks, whether they got recent support or whether they're just part of Supreme Darkness. I mean, really, every card counts. Somewhere out there, there's people who are like, Reign of Mercy, this is my favorite card in the world, right? I'm going to make my entire deck just about this card. That's what's great about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. With thousands of cards to choose from, everybody's got like their own little concoction of interesting cards and combos.
And the best part about decks like Mimigul, Ryzeal, I'm not going to say it's solved, because we've seen so many different versions of it just at this event. But there's kind of like a consensus of, oh, there are these different ways to play it depending on what you like. But Mimigul, because so few people have really experimented, it's like, yeah, you look at a list, it's going to look completely different than somebody else's list. So game 2, the list for Wesley's working. Will it get another win, or can Jamarl bounce back and bring us to a game 3?
And this one will be the real challenge. There are a lot of decks out there that going first have enough within their strategy to win. It's really those decks that can still do that going second. I see a shifter in his hand.
Oh, that,
Ooh.
yeah. No, again, the only thing that slows down is your grave effects. So things like the Maker, which we saw where you can banish it to flip a monster face up, or Dungeon can grab a Mimigul from your graveyard or your deck, but neither of those are game breakers for Mimigul. Like, you're fine without those two.
Could be mistaken. I would have expected it to be activated. Maybe some of the Mimiguls just look like Dimension Shifter from a quick glance at the hand, but
Well, you may want to
maybe.
hold on to it right now. I feel it would be the time you would do it, but at the same time, what are you going to get off of it, right?
the Engraver potentially.
True, true. You would want to activate it before the Engraver happened, but since he started off with these rank 4 plays and it's kind of, well, he's not locked in yet, but, oh, okay, maybe now, maybe now.
I'm not. It's tough to see. Again, the cards are angled from our view, so we're not exactly sure if he does have it. The fact that he's
Looks like
holding
it's
it.
second to the left, but I could be wrong.
Well, if it is there, he missed a chance to get 2 Ryzel locked out of there, but he might just be being cautious, but we see a card about to come down.
Which would also shut off cross draws this turn too, but
Yeah.
all
And
right.
there it
Oh,
is.
there's the shifter. So we did have it. Not a huge deal that there are 2 Ryzel monsters in the graveyard, but just, you know, you always want to keep stuff out if you can.
The scariest Mimigul of them all has hit the graveyard. Dimension Shifter.
The scariest flew on to Rees, the scariest a lot of different archetypes.
Where's he shifting to?
To another
Never
dimension.
thought about the
Dimension.
lore. Yeah, but which one?
The different
There's
dimension.
so
the,
many.
The D dot
Oh, the
D
different dimension.
Like
The
DD
other
Warrior
one.
Lady.
Yeah, he's hanging
Yeah.
out with like DD Warrior and DD Warrior
Ah, good
Lady
call.
and DD Warrior.
DD Survivor.
Yeah.
Do you think Survivor kind of looks like Shifter? I don't know. I'm not going to get into that lore. We got the Ryziel cards continuing to play, though, even under the Dimension Shifter.
Does help a little bit because we're not worried about, you know, your monsters that you would typically send from the extra deck to the graveyard, like your Mirror Logic Aggregator, which we haven't seen as much. Eclipse Twins is kind of taking that slot, but even Eclipse Twins can't be used right now, so the Shifter's still putting in work. It just kind of not exactly what you were hoping for, but at the same time, Moon the Closed Heaven could go into the Fiendsmith combo. None of those Fiends would be going to the graveyard, so Shifter's still doing Shifter
Yeah,
stuff.
this is, I mean, it is great. It's just a matter of could it have been better?
Yes,
He's going
yes.
to stymie any plays from this point forward. You just could have done this with the 2 Ryziels in the banished pile, and then in addition to that, played around some of the triple tactics cards.
To a degree, great is the enemy of good, right? He's still doing good work there.
So let's see, does the Mimigul strategy need the graveyard at all?
Again, the only things that really changes, the trap, and so we haven't seen it yet, but Mimigul Room is the trap card. It does have a graveyard effect, as well as Mimigul Maker, the spell, normal spell, but those are kind of like bonus effects. Mimigul does not need the graveyard, to answer your question. The graveyard can benefit them, but... Oh, okay.
Yeah, it
so
looks like play passed over to Wesley, and he's starting off with a Mimigul monster set.
yeah, so this is a powerful effect. All the Mimigul flip effects can special summon themselves to the opponent's field face down. Normal summon of Archfiend then lets you pick a face down monster in your opponent's field and flip it up. Dragon on flip destroys all non-Mimiguls that are face up on the field.
Wow. Jamal's only mistake was not showing up to the tournament with his own Mimigul monsters.
And now
That's
he
a
can
good
go
point,
into
Steven. It's a great point.
the Giant or the Throne.
I'm going to imagine Giant Mimigul here. Yep, Giant Mimigul, you get the search. You can go for the field spell, which I don't think he has in hand. Yeah, I don't see a spell in hand. Unless I missed it. But it's incredible because you can go for any Mimigul card. There's other options we haven't seen yet. Things like Mimigul Fairy just lets you special summon it to the field as well. We saw that game 1 very early on, but if you just need more bodies on the field, you can do that. Dungeon's the most important one if he doesn't have it in hand already.
Yeah, I think the Dungeon is the logical choice because of the reoccurring
Yeah.
card advantage, especially if you play
Yep.
in a long
Here
game
it is.
against Fiendsmith Lacrima.
And you can always, on activation, or not on activation, but once per turn, search for a Mimigul monster. You can grab another Archfiend and then summon it to your opponent's field face down. And then because of the field spell, they have to flip it up before they normal summon a monster.
Looks like we just attacked here, and the face down didn't do much. No mirror forces to speak of, but battle
We
is
can downer
not something
Zeus.
people are worried. Yeah, I think we are downers.
So this would be the only downside of the Shifter is that if you have Mimigul Room, the trap in your graveyard, the graveyard effects, you can banish it to bounce any Mimigul cards face up on your field back to your hand. So you could dodge your own Zeus, but the trap's not even in the graveyard anyway.
Oh, and that is a critical bluff that is lost. The bonfire being gone there just to set as if he had something.
Yeah.
Now he won't have something next turn.
I have to imagine that's because he has a redundancy in his hand. The only reason you would set that is if you had a bunch of just engine cards in hand.
Yeah.
So how often do you go into Zeus when playing the strategy? Is that something
all the
players should
time.
expect? Yeah. So
All the time.
it's a core part of the
Because
strategy.
again, you're using all level 1, so you can do things like Lyrilusk Assemble Nightingale, because it's a generic level or rank 1, they can attack directly, and then you can go Zeus. That's like one of the first lines that a lot of people, when they read the Mimigols, were like, oh, it's just a rank 1 deck, that's fun. It really was just a Zeus deck on the first wave of support.
Well, it's not doing too bad as a Zeus deck right now, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and pass play. Jamal draws for turn.
I didn't see what was searched. I'm imagining that's a Mimigul Archfiend, but I'm not sure.
We'll find out soon enough. Jamal peering into his hand, getting ready for that first play.
Looks like he has an Ash Blossom. I have to imagine he has some type of engine. That's why he set Bonfire or another copy of Bonfire.
Whatever it is, it's not obvious to him yet. Thinking about his plays. Gonna go ahead and just rip the Band-Aid off.
There's the Archfiend. So now your opponent draws, you have to discard.
Oh, what an interesting way to get Lacrima into the graveyard.
This is the downside of Archfiend, is that the discard isn't always bad. Like, it doesn't always slow down your opponent. Sometimes there are things that they're like, oh, I'm fine to discard this.
And at least it's a send in case you get paired up against the Dark World player.
Oh, yes, that's true.
It's a good point. I never thought about that, actually.
Hey, there's been new Dark World stuff. Anything can happen. Mimigul's up here. Why not Dark World?
You know what? I shouldn't laugh. You're right. You're right, Steven. Shout out to the dozens of Dark Worlds out there, too.
But now we see Ice, and this will be the really big question. Now that he has his access to the graveyard, I mean, Lacrima's already in the graveyard, but he has his graveyard, the Dimension Shifter is worn off. How much defense does the Mimigul player currently have here, besides that Zeus?
Did we see the set card? I don't remember.
I didn't have a good look at it.
So if that is Mimigul Room, that's the trap. We haven't seen that yet, but it allows you to special. Okay, well, we'll get to that if it comes up. Here's Exciton Knight. This is
I think
an
we're gonna see it
immediate
soon,
threat.
yeah.
This is like the older Zeus versus the real Zeus, who are all newer versions of Black Rose. So it's like Black Rose was the original,
right you
and
are,
then
Joe.
Exciton Knight,
Right you are.
and then Zeus.
Back in my day, it was
learned
Chaos
them,
Emperor.
kids. Yeah. Good old Crossroads of Chaos. What a set. Okay, but now we get to see what is this face down card.
Thinking about it? I think he's going to do it.
There isn't an immediate need to activate it, because anything that's summoned will go to the graveyard, and because it's happening in the chain, you won't even get like the search effect of like a Mimigul Dragon hitting the field.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Yeah, so that makes me think it's Mimigul Room. There's just no need. Yep, there it is. So you didn't need to activate it. It does have a graveyard effect that won't come up because the graveyard effect bounces face-up Mimigul cards on your field back to the hand. There are none. But what it does on activation is it summons a Mimigul monster from your deck, either face up to your field or face down to your opponent's field, and then can flip a monster on your opponent's field face down. So very,
Infinite impermanence. Oh, the cross-out designator.
That was insane. First off, Wesley holding that card. Maybe that was what was drawn off of the Archfiend. You never know. But holding it either way, having access to that cross-out designator, fantastic for Jamal to play through.
Cross-out designator still does a lot of work. We talked about how Metal Tronus is becoming more popular. I would never imagine it to take the same slot, though, because of the unique interactions you have here. Cross-out designator stopping the infinite permanence and getting us right to this combo from Jamal.
So I know Wesley has another copy of Dimension Shifter in his hand. There's only 12 minutes on the clock. What do you think Wesley would need with 2 cards? Because considering one of them in his hand is already Dimension Shifter, what could he get with 2 cards that could get him out of a situation with Detonator on the field with what Jamal's about to establish?
I'm thinking Mimigul Maker is probably the only thing. But even then, I don't think that's enough, because if you get Mimigul Maker, you can a 50-50% chance to give them a dragon and then get your Archfiend, summon Archfiend, flip up the dragon. It will destroy all of their monsters. But like that shouldn't be enough.
Do you think it might be worthwhile to concede? Okay, literally.
Yeah. I think that's very smart. You were just going to ask me. I think that's wise for Wesley. Use the time that you have. You have the advantage of winning that first round, or first game. So now we're going to go to a game 3. Jamal takes game 2.
Yeah, that was my kind way of asking, does he have a chance if this game were to move to the next turn, or should those 12 minutes perhaps be saved for having the opportunity to go first in game 3?
Jamal certainly smiling there. Certainly feeling the pressure of Mimigul, like, oh my goodness, I survived.
I have seen that face, let me tell you. I've gone to
Yamar gana el segundo round. Ahora estamos empatados 1-1. ¿Quién ganará?
It's a scary deck you got there. And let me tell you, it is. You flip those chests up, and you're not a fan of what's inside usually when they're on your field. So Jamal feeling that right now. Now you're going to be realizing that turn 1 or going first Mimigul is the best way to play it. You were asking me, Steven, earlier, like, what are your turn 2 options? They are limited. He had the Dimension Shifter, but it was not enough. Like the set Bonfire maybe was the bait. Like the double Zeus felt good for the Mimigul player, but only having the 1 activation was tough. Like you can't stop the Exciton Knight, which maybe he should have just gone for it. Like allowing the 2 level 4s to then overlay when you had the Zeus on the field. Then you have no defense. But I also understand like you're in a tough position no matter what as Wesley there.
It's an interesting philosophical point. Notice that Wesley doesn't try to get rid of materials on the field. He always waits for the threat. So he didn't use the Dimension Shifter when there were 2 level 4 monsters on the field. He waited for the Moon in the Closed Heaven to appear and then discard Dimension Shifter. Yeah. He didn't do anything with the Zeus when there were 2 monsters on the field. He waited until after the Exciton Knight. So maybe that's just something that after playing dozens and dozens of games with this, he's like, oh, this is the time to do it. But that may not pay off in every duel.
And you know what? A lot. We talk about the tight extra deck of the Ryziel Fiendsmith. We saw Moon of the Closed Heaven. So usually when you see that, you can probably think, oh, maybe they're not on Exciton. Because that's the other light fiend that can bridge into the Requiem. And because it's so tight, some players are choosing to only run one and not the other. So there's a chance that Wesley was like, oh, well, he's not running Exciton.
Well, apparently he is. Jamal running both, and it really did pay off. So a little testament there that there is no one right way to play. You never know when you need both.
Very fun match, regardless of who wins.
Obviously, oh, yeah, you can see they've got good spirits now.
I'm happy to see Mimigul on the feature match. It's a very fun deck. Happy that everyone at home is getting to watch this as well. But I'm mostly just happy that this is some good Yu-Gi-Oh! That we get on stream right now. This is fantastic.
And I like that there is a realistic going second strategy. It didn't work out there, but as you commented on, Lyrilisk with the level 1s have always combined really well with Zeus. The downward Zeus line that we've seen really for a couple years now. So there is a reasonable going second strategy embedded within this deck.
But here we go.
And it's not a side deck strategy. Sometimes you have a side deck based strategy. This is a main deck in his extra deck already.
Game 3. Let's get into it. Wesley versus Jamarl. Mimigul versus Bestial Ryziel Fiendsmith. One of the more popular strategies here at YCS Orlando. Ryziel has been dominant alongside newer strategies like Malice as well. But Mimigul showing they can still hang. Oh!
Oh! Well, to make that make that a little bit more articulate for those folks at home, of course, discarding one of the Mulcharmies, stopping that with Ash Blossom Majora's Spring, so there wouldn't be any draws. But there's another Mulcharmy Fuwalos, since you can activate up to 2 Mulcharmy effects per turn.
It looked like a Perulia into a Fuwalos, I think.
The Perulia was definitely the stronger one. I almost feel like you could have fainted the Fuwalos first and then dropped the Perulia, but we're still going to see it here with Mimigul Maker.
So here we go. This is the one, again, you get a search for 2 flip effects, summon 1 to your opponent, but then the other from your hand will special summon from the hand. So that is important to note. And that is 3 for 3, giving Archfiend and then keeping the Dragon. And we are going to go for that, so that will give your opponent a draw.
Yep, the Fuwalos draw.
And now we get to search for a Mimigul spell or trap. Again, very common to go for the field spell unless you already have it. Look at that deck.
D-Shifter. Or Dimension Fissure.
Yeah, that's D-Fissure right there.
Yeah, that
Dimension
is
Fissure. That is an interesting... I'm imagining side deck card.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah.
Taking no prisoners. Just all banishment all the time.
And there is a room in hand with an infinite impermanence in hand, and we were just passing. Okay, so we search for the room, not the field spell. The room is defense. It can flip a monster opponent controls face down, which can slow down Ryziel. Maybe not as strong at slowing down all of Fiendsmith with Ryziel if you open both. And yeah, we do have the tract. So because we opened Ryziel, there's so many of them. I'm imagining we also have one of those. I haven't seen Jamal's hand yet, but it could be tough to play through both of these.
For what it is worth, in order to fit some of the Bestials and Ryziels and Fiendsmith, we haven't necessarily seen the complete maxed out Ryziel monster lineup that maybe we saw a little bit earlier. Just cutting here or there 1 or 2. I'm not talking about like significant reductions, but it's not inconceivable that he's not maxing out every single one of them.
Yeah.
Nope, looks like things are starting to heat up as the Mimigul room is flipped up.
I will correct myself. However, he's playing 46 cards. So he has, instead of cutting a Ryziel, he's just decided to go higher and higher in deck count.
That's just adding the Bystials, basically. But here, the Mimighoul room will activate, and the first effect lets you special summon a Mimighoul from your deck, either face up to your field or face down to your opponent's field. And the Maker's in the graveyard, so anytime a monster special summoned, you can flip a monster up. We have choices. We could go for, okay, we're going to go for the Master. I was thinking you can go for Dragon to your opponent's field, and then you can Maker to force flip it up and destroy everything. Or Master basically does the same thing. On summon, you get to search your deck for a Mimighoul monster, and then during your opponent's main phase specifically, and we are going to do it. Okay, so we're...
I'll do face up defense.
So we're going to flip up to face up defense. So we don't have the Dragon ability to destroy everything on the field, but we do have the ability to flip up the Archfiend instead. Force your opponent to discard, you get to draw, and then you get that Mimighoul Archfiend.
So getting rid of the Nibiru this time, no discarding Lacrima.
One discarded Nibiru, one drew Nibiru in this situation.
Comet's coming for us all.
Extrazial.
Getting rid of what looks like Meteorological Aggregator there. I'm going to go ahead and
Yeah.
negate the Mimighoul Master.
Read every Mimighoul effect. They have multiple. Master does also have the effect that it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects when you control a face-up Mimighoul monster or your opponent controls a face-down monster. So that was protected. Now it's not.
And both sides applicable currently.
Yeah.
Oh, the talents.
Ooh.
Assume the draw effect.
And that's a level 4 Mimighoul master, so you could take it
oh.
and then overlay with it. Oh, we're looking at the hand. 2 Nibiru!
Okay, there's no way to get rid of it.
Oh, that's rough for Jamarl.
So I feel like if you're a Mimighoul expert, you get rid of the dragon, right? Yeah, just to make sure there's no follow-up
Yeah.
search for a dungeon since there's nothing in the field zone.
Absolutely.
With 4 minutes remaining in the clock, we're not going to see double Nibiru activated either, so we have to just get through both of them, or one of them being the only one that's going to activate with the time that's remaining.
Jamarl just has to do damage. Master's only 1,800 attack right now. If you can just get damage in, we could play to the timer.
All right, so Sword Rizel hitting the field. Yeah, let's go and grab another Rizel from the deck. This time another Ice Rizel. Wesley not feeling the pressure. You can see a wry little smile curving on his face as he just kind of cycles through his cards.
He knows and we know that's an infinite impermanent set as well. So with that in Nibiru, he theoretically is fine. And is this going to be the 5th summon now? We did Lurie, we did Ext, and we just did Sword. So this is the 4th summon. So if we just summon and attack the Master Pass, that honestly isn't that bad for Jamarl. It's putting Wesley on the draw, but they do have 2 other Mimighouls that can overlay into Giant and then search.
But I think that's a pretty quick sequence, though, is just to overlay the 2 level 1s right there on the field. So I can't imagine just putting Duo Drive and attack over Master is going to deal enough damage. I think Wesley will have plenty of time.
And there's the Infinite Permanence on the Duo Drive.
And this is tough because now the next summon is in fact the 5th summon.
It would force it. But I think if you're Jamarl, you do it because then the Nibiru's also dealing with all the Mimighouls on the field, which if anything, Wesley might rather have. There's a world where he just doesn't Nibiru.
I was about to ask, his field looks pretty good. If you're only going to deal with one of these monsters.
Yeah.
The threat at Nibiru both controls Jamarl's gameplay, but means that Wesley's confident just not to activate it.
Is it Fairy in Wesley's hand?
It's Fairy,
yes.
Fairy.
Which can special summon if you control a Mimighoul monster, but that's really all it does. It's extension. It won't have its own innate effect that can really help you out, so we're just going to attack the Mimighoul master.
16, so I take...
And one thing to note that if you were to Nibiru, that Lurie's face down so it wouldn't get tributed. Just to put out the fact that if we are going to be playing a game where damage really matters with this amount of time on the clock, a face-down monster could just be enough of a defensive wall.
True.
It is just another piece on the board that needs to be dealt with in order for a direct attack to occur.
If you don't deal with it, it can just go into the Fiendsmith stuff the next turn if they just flip it up.
Yeah, they're redoing the math there. I caught that when I was listening to player audio. Infinite Impermanence is negating Duo Drive, so Duo Drive is not reducing and increasing the attack of monsters respectively.
Yes, with 1,800 attack master. Should be, I think, 700 damage there.
And it is negated from the aggregator earlier in the turn.
Yeah, so it can be destroyed by battle.
Certainly have to put a lot of resources just to play through Mimighoul.
If you're a Mimighoul fan and your friends texted you and said join in and you're just now watching and you're like, he can't be destroyed by battle. No, it was negated.
It is hard to walk by a game in progress of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game because you don't know everything that happened earlier in the duel.
And you should be texting your Mimighoul friends if you haven't yet.
Yeah, please, clip this, Twitch, clip this.
Giant Mimighoul on summon now gets to search for a Mimighoul card, and it's infinite impermanence. Really good target to hit with that. You can still go and just attack the lure and go Zeus, but time is on the clock.
Yeah.
A minute and 30. You really want to get damage in here.
Target to return this to hand.
That's fantastic. So this is one of the unique effects of Mimighoul Room. You can dodge effects with it, but you can also use it to recycle your normal summon effects.
Imperm was in
You banish it from the graveyard to return a Mimighoul back to your hand. Just resummon that dragon, search for a spell or trap. Yes, the giant Mimighoul was effect negated, but dragon will go through.
I love that Wesley took the time to ask which column Infinite Impermanence resolved in, because of course, you know, when you get caught up in it, when the clock's going, you're like, oh, I gotta play fast, gotta play fast. Don't play too fast. You still need to make sure you're winning the duel, right? So reasonable pace of play is good.
He needs to play faster than this, though, if he wants to win.
45 seconds.
I'm not sure he knows exactly how much time is on the
It's-
clock.
It's
so
tough.
close.
I think Nightingale might be the only way, but is that going to be enough? I'm trying to think damage. Yeah, because I can do 800, attack twice. That would be enough. If we can just get to Nightingale and attack twice.
He just needs to put it on the field.
I think he's trying his best. That's why that Mimighoul Maker is as far from the Imperm column as possible.
Okay.
You would set there,
Special.
summon.
We can flip the dragon. That'll destroy the duo drive.
Oh,
Not the
here we-
lure. Oh, we can just attack.
Oh, because they're attacking directly with the effect. And Wesley takes it, advancing further on the bubble here. So we'll lose Steven as he approaches the stage. But just an incredible set there. Oh, my goodness. And now, Joe, what do you think about the Mimighoul deck?
I mean, it was fun to commentate. It was fun to watch. Winning just there with a few seconds remaining.
It shows you the importance of monsters that have the effect to attack directly, especially if they're Xyz monsters. You're right, there's so many different monsters. Assembled Nightingale, obviously, for a level 1 strategy, but what about Heartland Draco, too, right? There's been so many ways we can just attack directly and then make the down position, make Zeus. So really, really powerful play here, and just an exceptional use of every single piece of the toolbox, right? I think the only Mimighouls we didn't see were Armor and Slime.
Yeah, and the Giant was negated earlier in the turn, which otherwise would have allowed him to attack directly through its natural effect as well. So he
Yeah.
actually had multiple avenues of trying to attack directly. But again, he found a way to get through that, and we have 2 more rounds remaining in the Swiss today. A Mimighoul player, 2 wins away from the top 64. It is
Could do
possible.
They really could do it. It shows you that, you know, I say this a lot, and I'm sure people are like, okay, Steven, we've heard it, any deck can win. But any deck really can, because, again, I've never seen a deck win a tournament, only duelists, right? And it just depends on whether or not they put the research and development in, the lab time, etc. Now, I'm not saying it's a guarantee that you're going to win, but it does improve your chances. And Wesley up there, he is advancing only X2, and X2s can make it. So we'll see if he goes the distance.
And I think because it's top 64, basically every X2 will probably end up making it. So he is, in fact, 2 victories away from securing himself a spot in our top 64.
I don't know that we have had at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series a Mimighoul top yet. I don't know. We've had a lot of interesting decks top, but I don't know if that's had it yet. So he may be a hero.
I know, I mean, less than 1% of the field bringing Mimighoul, and one of them making it to the top 64 would be an impressive feat. I mean, I'm really rooting for him these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Jamal did an excellent job, though, and may not be in contention unless there's a nice X3 that slips in with good tiebreakers, but still shows you that you got to study every single card out there. And I think he did a great job of playing against it. He really seemed to know what to hit and what to go for.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. I was really impressed. You know, we assumed that based on the fact that the Mimighoul deck is not exactly the most represented, that he might have a lot of advantages against players who might be unknown about the strategy. That didn't really seem to be the case here. It seemed like Jamal really did have a good understanding of inherently what that deck was trying to do. I don't recall him reading very many cards.
No, he really did. And that's the thing you could do. You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is, I played against a human being, right? I sit across from someone, I play against you, right? And most people, you know, when you duel, you're locked down like this. Every now and again, look up, because you'll learn a lot of stuff like that. Because when we saw Jamal, when that Mimighoul dungeon happened, he's like, no surprise, no worry, no freaking out. And that's how you know, okay, this guy knows what this deck does. I need to play as tightly and as well as I can.
I will say there are sometimes strategies where you know when your opponent's reading all of the cards in the back of your mind, you know where it's going and you know it's going to surprise them. And that actually can sculpt how you plan out your turns because you know what ultimately your end goal is going to be. That wasn't the case here. It seemed like both players understood what was going on in terms of what the end goal of the Mimighoul strategy was. You know, he wasn't surprised by the wait, I can't normal summon?
Yeah, he was just like, okay, just had it.
I'll special summon, no problem.
Well, it's really great to talk about Mimighoul, but why don't we go down to the stage to let 2 Mimighoul fans talk about one of their favorite decks right now.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm here on stage. Congratulations, Wesley, on your feature match win, as well as winning with Mimighouls, of all things, continuing on into round 10. I want to start off with that. What made you want to play this? Like, oh, wait, first off, let me shake your hand for all the Mimigul players around the world for bringing that to the feature match. What made you want to play it today?
I just love the playstyle. It was a lot of fun, and I figured I'd see how far I can make it. Yeah.
Did you expect to make it this far? Be honest.
No, I thought I'd be leaving early yesterday.
So what do you credit then your success to? Is it that it's a unique deck, not as many people know it, or do you think that you're just this good at piloting the deck?
Almost everyone has to read the cards, so there's a bit of a learning curve for them. And I just play enough hand traps to grind my opponent out.
I noticed looking at the deck list, this is not the way that I play Mimigul or build the deck typically. How much were you practicing it ahead of time? Or is this like a unique build of yours? Were you working with other people to build this?
I've been looking at other people's lists, but mostly by myself. I just go to locals and test it out. It's been pretty fun.
All right, I imagine your locals then. Would you say you win that often with Mimigul?
I don't go all the time, but I usually do pretty decently. There's some good players there though. But I also had some help from some people on a stream I follow.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Well, you mentioned before coming up on stage, this is your first day 2 of a YCS. You've been to a couple, but first time making it to day 2, and you're still playing right now. What does it mean to you to be able to make it this far?
Oh, it's pretty great. It's awesome. And plus my brother's out here watching, so we get to have fun with that. Yeah.
Shout out to the brother right there. I see the support. Congratulations once again on your feature match win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Just good Yu-Gi-Oh! It's great to see somebody playing their favorite deck and they're surprised that they got there. It's no surprise. When you put in the research and development time on a deck and you go to your store and you go to your streams and you find people that talk and love the deck as much as you do, of course you're going to be doing well.
Sometimes you're playing a deck that's really well known, but maybe you've contributed 1 or 2 unique cards that are a little bit different, and you feel so proud of, yes, I contributed these 2 cards in the side deck that nobody else is. He's really piloting an entire strategy that, even as Steve King has mentioned previous, nothing like the one that he's playing. So he's really put in the time to craft a strategy that really fits how he wants to play the Mimikul deck cards.
Yeah. We'll see if that works out. There's so many different ways to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Speaking of which, there is a great series of games that are coming out soon, a collection, if you will, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection, launching February 27th, 2025. And if you get the physical version on Nintendo Switch, you get one of 2 Harpy's Feather Dusters, which is just incredible. I believe they're quarter-century secret rare rarity. Gotta say, there's so many games on there. Is there a favorite one you're looking forward to playing again, Joe?
I think the Dungeon Dice Monsters is such a unique variation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Based characters. I don't even know if I call it the card game, but the characters, that's probably the one that I'm the most excited about. How about you?
Oh, Duke Devlin certainly brings some vibes, but there's actually a couple of games that we never got. So the Capsule Monsters Coliseum game for the Game Boy Color, I think it was in Japan, we never got that. So I'm really excited to play official English translations of those games for sure. But there's also a lot of other great games like the World Championship editions and stuff like that. It's going to be a good time on February 27th.
I played so many of those games for so many hours during my childhood. So yeah, getting them all back in kind of one nice unified place is going to be fantastic, because otherwise I'd have to go dig them out of my parents' basement.
Oh, goodness. Well, you don't have to go to your parents' basement for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Luckily, but we do have to go away for just a little bit. We'll be back with round 11 soon, so don't go anywhere.
Vamos a rankear y lo que inicia la siguiente ronda. Sí. Perfecto. Vamos a rankear. Ahí está. Muy alto, muy alto. Miro. Nah, ya me enredé. No, ¿qué hice? Mi vida. Mi vida. Ah, ay, la roca. Ok, puro caballero.
To win the next round and make it to that top 64 cutoff. Absolutely. There are some dark horses that we've seen throughout the event. We did see the Mimigold, we've seen some Atlantis, but tried and true strategies are still dominating here. We have seen a lot of Ryzeal, a lot of Malice variants, with a couple supplemental engines to really boost them through. But there's going to be only one undefeated duelist left now going into this round, which still, there's still 2 more rounds to play.
Yep, we might not have any undefeated duelists at the end of the Swiss rounds, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. Kangas, who do we have for our round 11 feature match?
For our round 11 feature match in the blue chair from Runmead, New Jersey, wants to shout out his wife, Tuyan. It's Nicholas Ma! And his opponent today in the red chair from Orlando, Florida, wants to shout out the Orlando friends Jordan, Bradley, Joseph, and Max. It's Jean-Paul Alonso. Duelists are ready, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have Nicholas Ma up against Jean-Paul, hometown hero, up against a Yu-Gi-Oh! Veteran in Nick Ma. He's been around for quite some time. He has topped many tournaments in the past, and he's looking to get another one under his belt and hopefully get that first win that he's been so hungry for so long.
Yeah, Nick Ma is a name that you do hear very frequently in these top tables, but he's not as consistent as a bunch of the other players, mainly because he doesn't get the time to play. He's working a lot. He's
got a wife.
Yeah, he tries to play as much as he can, and now I know that he's been practicing a lot to play in the upcoming 3v3 in Vegas, along with his teammates Aaron Chase Furman and Matt Caroli.
Those are some great duelist names. I mean, UDS champion and Matt, one of the best to ever do it. One of my favorite. I mean, he's an Inzektor fan just like I am. You know, he's my Hornet to my Dragonfly. But this is going to be an epic match here between these two duelists. And it is going to be the classic matchup where we have the Bestial Malice deck up against the Fiendsmith Raziel deck.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, not because of the strategies themselves, but because of how dedicated these strategies are. These are much heavier engines into both than you typically see, just looking at the deck list here. Usually a lot of these lists have trimmed down in order to make room for more of those non-engine slots, right? But both these players have decided to add more engine.
Yeah, so we're going to see these decks operate at maximum efficiency probably. The die roll is always really important anytime you're playing against Malice. Malice players love to go first, especially in game number 1 when they're not going to have to worry about cards, or usually not worry about cards like Artifact Lancia or Molchami Meowls until you dive into the side decks. Pre-side, I like Malice game number 1, but then once you dive into the sides, things can kind of change up and go in the favor of the non-Malice player. But we'll have to see how it plays out in game number 1. Jean-Paul playing pretty heavy on the Bestial side of things, which doesn't look too great for, it lines up really well into the Fiendsmith strategy.
Yeah, the Bestials got even more popular as the Fiendsmith cards have really taken the fray, being included in nearly every deck, and especially in the Fiendsmith Raziel strategy. The Fiendsmith cards added a layer to that deck, but unfortunately it plays into the Bestials really hard, which took away from how powerful the Bestials were before, because the deck, or the Bestials, did not have that much to do into the actual Raziel cards previously, but now because of Eclipse Winds and the even heavier Fiendsmith engine, the Bestials can do a lot, and having a heavier Bestial package can be really useful in this matchup.
Certainly, it's going to be a good one. Both these players have 2 losses, so another loss here will put them in not great shape where they're really going to have to rely on tiebreakers to hopefully make the top 64. But if you can finish with 2 losses at the end of the tournament, winning this round and the next, you're almost guaranteed to make top 64. I mean, you should.
Essentially guaranteed, assuming that no disaster occurs.
All right, the duelists are shuffled up. The hands are drawn. We are ready to jump into it. You see the dice there waiting to be rolled. It's game number 1, round 11, YCS Orlando 2025. We capped out this weekend over 2,000 players. I think it's like 2,270 something.
Yeah, almost 2,300. Players from all around the world came to play the first event of the year.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. Lots of awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action. We see a 9 here. I missed the first roll, but I think Jean-Paul won the roll. 9 is a pretty high number. And it looks like he will be going first.
All right, step number 1. Did you open a Malice card?
That is going to be the first check we're going to see here if there's a White Rabbit or a Dormouse. But it's going to be Malice and Underground. It does get you access to the Malice portion of your deck, but
It The rockiest start, I'd say.
Yeah, because you're gonna not be able to banish Dormouse, so I mean, you can banish Dormouse here, but you won't be able to banish it again later.
Effectively one body less than you'd normally have because you're forced to immediately start with one of the banished effects, making you susceptible to interruption here.
Okay, set a trap. Could be a bluff, but the Malice traps, you can't activate them to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster. So a lot of times when you see that, it's to play around something like an effect failure, where if they chain it, they can chain the trap, banish the monster off the field, and resolve the effect. But Dormouse is going to banish Malice White Rabbit from the deck. He's going to be able to pay 300 to summon. And we have a Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
But immediately met with Ash Blossom. Not going to be drawing any cards off that Mulcharmy here.
All right, now White Rabbit is going to set a Malice Trap from the deck to the field.
Let's see if he actually had the TB11 set or if he's going to get it from the deck right now. Nope, there it is. There's TB11. So we know that it's unlikely that the actual set from the hand is one of those trap cards, but it's still possible to be any one of the other two. We do see Bestial Rebellion.
See, we were talking about how he has a lot more Bestials than we usually see, but Nick Ma has an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring of his own. He knows how strong the Bestials can be in the Malice strategy. He doesn't want to see Bestial Magnum coming down, and he's going to cut him off from being able to add with the Bestial Lubellion.
Yeah, usually Ash Blossom doesn't have too many great spots to be used in this matchup, so being able to trade for potentially a regain on the field here is very potent.
All right, we see an early Splash Mage come down. That means Jean-Paul will be locked into Cyber Sponsors for the rest of the turn. But the Splash Mage is able to bring back a Cyberse, and then he's going to link all three away for, is it going to be White Binder?
Yep. White Binder makes a lot of sense here. Still hasn't used the effect of TB11, so he's still able to access the Chessy Cat from the deck at some point. Going to be using White Binder's effect now to set a trap from graveyard or deck. Choosing from deck, going to get GWC 06.
Yep. GWC 06 lets him special summon a Malice monster that's in the banishment or the graveyard.
Non-targeting, checks at resolution, and then of course if you have one of those link 3s on the field at resolution, you are able to gain life points equal to the monster that you summon.
Alright, now he's going to activate Malice TB11 since he's able to banish the White Binder. He's going to be able to special summon a Malice monster from the deck.
Going to get access to that third name that we're missing.
Yep, and he's going to be able to pay 900 life points to special summon back White Binder and draw a card. One in hand for now, about to draw to two.
We'll see where he goes from here. There's still at least one other free extension because of the Chessy Cat.
Yeah, he could still go into like Haggard Lizard Dose if he wants to find a way to go into another Link 3 potentially later on.
Unfortunately, he is locked into Cyberse because of the Splash Mage, so he's locked out of ABQ, he's locked out of IP Masquerade, SP
and
Little Knight.
Haggard Lizard Dose.
Yeah. Not a whole lot you can go into from here. Most players have taken out the Firewall and the Terahertz option.
You can still play just Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, regular Firewall is fine.
Not bad.
But I wonder like where he's going to go from here. Ideally, he wants to find a way to banish the Chessy Cat and put up another monster. Maybe just go into a Heart Scriptor.
He just needs to find another monster on the field.
Just any one more monster could be strong enough here.
I guess he does have the GWC he could use and reset it. Yeah.
Gonna go ahead.
Now the question is, does he have a Malice card in his hand that he's going to be able to banish with the Chessy Cat to draw 2 fresh cards?
I wonder how he's going to get access to the 06 again. I mean, if he already has a Bestial in hand, he doesn't really need to. But currently, if he's locked out of Nightmare Griffin as well, I don't know how he's going to get access to 06 again.
Yeah, you're right. The White Binder's already used the effect,
Yeah. It gains 06 at resolution gains for the amount of for the monster that was summoned, not necessarily the link monster on the field. We're going to be banishing a second copy of Mountain Underground to draw 2 more fresh cards here. I imagine from here you just want to go into a Cryptor. I don't think there's much else you really want to do. So 1,800 life points paid, 1,200 added back.
I'm at 7,400. Nick Ma down to 3 cards in hand, drawing to 4 because he did have a couple of interactions. That Ash Blossom from John Paul was pretty pivotal in him being able to continue this turn. It would have been devastating if that Fualos had resolved.
Yeah, having to already start, not ideally with the Malice and Underground, having to play with any other options beyond that. Very difficult. The Ash Blossom from Nick of his own, very critical on the Lebellion here. The Lebellion would have added so many more disruptions to this board, been able to have multiple resources from several Bystials, would have been able to deal with the problem of not having access to 06 right now.
Wouldn't have been forced into Splash Mage early. Would have done so much.
And then potentially just a regain on the field. Oh, we haven't normal summoned yet. We can normal summon White Rabbit. Going to be making a Link 1 into Link Decoder.
That's the Cyberse monster. Yeah, it looks like he's going to think about going into Heart's Cryptor.
Oh, that looks like a Link. Oh, no. We'll see.
Looks like Jean Paul's also not quite sure where he wants to go from here.
At the very least, I think you want to put the White Binder back in the graveyard so you can access it again on your opponent's turn to turn your engine back on and play on their turn.
Yeah, things get a little tricky when you have to...
Oh, the hard draw Brandon regained.
That's actually not too bad for him. I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to be able to use it, especially with the Link Decoder coming back and banishing itself.
Yeah. Get to replenish the Link Decoder and get a draw, not too bad. But he's going to have to make a monster with 2,300 attack.
There is a Firewall Dragon, okay. And then he can make a Cryptor with the other 3. Cryptor, interesting. Yeah, this way the Firewall is co-linked. He's able to potentially add back that Ash Blossom. And now he gets to draw, because of the regained, from the Link Decoder being banished off its own effect. Solid.
Not bad. Not too bad for being locked into Cyberse. I do like Branded Regain. It's pretty good against Malice. Being able to shuffle back and draw a card.
Still have access to that mystery set that's been set the whole turn. It might...
Just be an Imperm or something?
Yeah.
Heart Scriptor Firewall.
Not bad.
He has the Mouse and Underground banished, so that gives him something to
put back to the Cryptor, yeah.
Utilize Heart Scriptor's effect. All right, Nick Ma's going to have to tread carefully here.
At the very minimum, a Firewall can add back the Ash Blossom. We're going to be starting with Fiendsmith's Tract. Okay, no power spells to lead here.
And let him add Fabled Lurry and then discard the Fabled Lurry. So Fabled Lurry is going to use the effect to try and spell summon itself back to the field.
It looks like that is resolving. We'll see if Firewall Dragon is used here or maybe even the Cryptor. Yeah, he's going to be just using the Cryptor here, trying to cut off access to the Requiem this early. And then he gets a draw as well. If he wants to.
But with Branded Regain?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like to see Branded Regain. I might have to try out the Bestial Rebellion on my Malice deck.
I mean, I think if you know you're going first, having access to Regain is insane. That's just one of the best resource management tools that you can have.
And not a card you always want to draw, but when you get cut off from your other Bestial cards, not too bad to have here in this situation.
Drawing any Bestial, like usually when your Rebellions in your deck, there's a heavy Bestial count. Drawing any of them in this situation would be extremely powerful because you're able to get access to that White Binder.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Going to be going into the Bonfire here. That is fine. This will contest the Firewall Dragon at the minimum if he opts to go for extra Iceal. But it looks like we're just going for Ice here.
Normal summon Ice Iceal, effect special summon.
And there is the Imperm.
And that's going to be enough. And John Paul, the hometown hero, is going to take game number 1 over Nick Ma and his Fiendsmith Raziel strategy. Really just showing the power of Malice and what it can do even when it doesn't draw as optimal as it needs to. It just needs to be able to access the Malice cards at all. And then you're able to play through lots of those interactions from the hand.
Yeah, I think this is something that's come up in conversation a lot when discussing the Malice deck is, you know, it can have such a crazy end field, so many different responses, but sometimes just having a Cryptor alone can do so much. A non-targeting banish is so devastating sometimes.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, especially when you're backed up with like an infinite impermanence, you just need a couple forms of interaction. He also still had the Firewall Dragon if he needed it. Things are just, looking really good there for Jean Paul and Malice. You know, I really just can't wait to see what the top cut breakdown is going to be between the decks. I thought there was going to be an overwhelming amount of Raziel and maybe a few Malice, but seeing as the tournament's played out, like walking around the VIP tables and seeing how many Malice players are over there, I think it might be a little closer to even than I initially expected for this tournament.
Yeah, I thought a lot of players would opt out of playing Malice simply because they didn't want to deal with the potential of getting Lancet out of the game, getting Malice out of the game. But realistically, Malice is a very enjoyable deck to play. It's a very powerful deck when you're able to go first, and even when you are contested, you can still end on something, and usually the amount of cards your opponent has left is really hard to combat with the amount of stuff you can still do into those interruptions. So it is one of those decks that has a really high win rate. It just, you know, it can have a really heavy low roll, but the high rolls are also so rewarding.
Yep, definitely. And now that they're diving into the side decks, they're going to make sure they don't trade their best cards for, you know, aging cards that are prone to not being as good as they could potentially be. But we're going to see, oh, is he using the Grandopolis sleeves?
He
I
is.
love those sleeves. They look so cool. This was like in celebration of the World Championship this year. They came out with these really cool Grandopolis sleeves that feature one of the old prize cards from the Las Vegas World Championship that we've talked about.
Yeah,
that David Keener got second at,
yeah.
that we got to see featured here this weekend.
Ah, we're old.
Oh man, but yeah, we talked about the side deck. This is where things get a little dicey here for Malice. Artifact Lancia going in, potentially Mulcharming Meows going in. These cards are really strong against the Malice deck and on the opportunity for Enigma to go first, and we're going to get to see what his deck can do when he's not having to face down Firewall Dragon, a Heart Scriptor, and Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, we've said that Malice has the best game one, but post side there are a lot more tools to combat it. I think, as we mentioned earlier, there are so many Lancias in this event. There are so many people that have put in the effort to make sure that they have counters to the Malice strategy. I imagine Nick is not any different, and he does get to go first.
Yep, Artifact Lancia, one of the most popular cards this weekend, if not the #1 popular card in the side deck. It would be foolish not to have those counters for such a strong deck like Malice. But, you know, his deck just naturally lines up well into the Fiendsmith strategy with so many B-Steals being able to not only advance your strategy, but counter the Fiendsmith aspect when it doesn't normally... I mean, pretty much anything you combine with Raziel plays into B-Steals. Whether it's Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith, they're all light or dark monsters that you can really... that rely on summoning from the graveyard.
Yeah, it turns out light and dark are some of the best attributes in the game. Weird how that works.
As it always has been, right? That's the classic. Well, let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2 here of round 11. Both these players have 2 losses and really want to move on to the last round without getting the third one. So they can guarantee or close to guarantee their chances in making the top 64 cutoff.
Strong start from Nick here, leading with the Fiendsmith Engraver, getting access to this engine without having to commit any of his Raziel cards yet. Oh, but there's a Droll and Lockbird on the Engraver, not going to be able to use the tract here. Cuts him off from the majority of the Fiendsmith engine, not going to be able to generate as much value here. And now also forced to play his Raziel engine without being able to search.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to use Droll and Lockbird, is when they discard Engraver to start things off. Oh no, I'm reshuffling my deck if I drop a card. That was a pretty informative card to reveal. That's definitely going to be a warning at minimum, I think.
I don't know.
For Jean Paul. Yeah. You can't I mean, it was an accident, but you can't reveal
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was intentional.
No, 100% was not intentional, but I would have shuffled my deck again for sure. Just because I don't want them to have that muscle memory knowing where the card was. But just 2 spell and traps?
Yeah, that was a very devastating Droll and Lockbird, just looking at Nick's hand here. But I think he's just maybe trying to take it slow, not trying to commit any more cards into the Droll and Lockbird, and just having one of the tools necessary to cut off his opponent's turn. Like, do we see a potential Lancia here? Oh, there's an Infinite Impermanence on the White Rabbit.
No,
calling the bluff.
No hootenannies here from Jean Paul's side, and he's just going to link it away for a Link Decoder.
But this deck's specialty is Bystials, and there is a Druisworm on the Right Rabbit trying to continue. Do we chain a Lancia here? No.
This is when Malice really shines with the B-Steals. Yeah, there was a PE minor issued to Jean Paul for accidentally revealing the card. It was an accident, no big deal. As long as he doesn't do it again. Now you go from 1 monster to 3 really quickly, and now Red Ransom's effect's going to activate. Link Decoder's going to spell summon itself back to the field.
Ransom Chain Link 1, Decoder Chain Link 2, and then the second copy of Infinite Impermanence to shut down the Red Ransom. Can we find the other names from here?
I mean, I see a lot of damage on the board already for Jean Paul. Access code Talker, banishing Red Ransom.
It's a good amount, yeah.
Oh, I guess he has to destroy one of his own cards, but
you cannot.
oh, you can't with
No,
access code.
access code has to go after
it
your
can
opponent.
banish itself to
Yes.
pop something, but so that's good.
Yeah,
for
unfortunately,
Nick.
has to just attack. Like he's not going to lose his game this turn, but now we will be linking away the Red Ransom as well as the Link Decoder
So now
into SP Little Knight, going in main phase 2 to go after the Red Ransom to continue playing in main phase 2.
Yep, Red Ransom's going to be able to pay 900, spell summon itself back, and banish the Cyberse from the deck so he can access Dormouse if he so chooses.
Yeah, Dormouse does give him access to the remainder of the names if he needs them.
And there it is, Malice Dormouse, another 300.
And then I imagine Dormouse is going to be immediately activating his effect to go after the final name. Yep, there it is. Gonna banish the Chessy Cat, pay another 300 life points, and all of a sudden his field is full of monsters.
And things not looking good here for Nigma, but looking great for the hometown hero, John Paul from Orlando, Florida. His friends are here watching him. Shout them out in the player intro. Hopefully Nigma's wife's not watching. You don't want to see this. Turn it off. Turn it off. I'm just kidding. Don't turn it off. Always keep watching. You know, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! There's still hope. That drone Lockbird was just devastating, though.
That is one of the problems with the Fiendsmith engine. You are playing into that card a lot, especially specifically activating Engraver. Very strong start if you're able to resolve everything, but it does leave you very vulnerable.
Okay, a Link 2.
There is a Splash Mage. Going to be locking himself into Cyberse after the resolution of this effect. Going to bring back the Dormouse here. Now he's going to be linking away the Dormouse as well as the Splash Mage into another Link 3 into Whitebinder. Whitebinder on effect, or on summon, he's going to be using its effect to banish from the graveyard. The only effect he hasn't used is Chessy, so I imagine... Oh no, he has used Chessy as well because of Dormouse, so there's not really a need to go after his own graveyard.
I mean, just at least get a Malice card banished so he can have Heart Scripter options.
And of course, getting rid of the Engraver as well. Whitebinder will now use its effect on field to set a trap from either the grave or the deck, and we're going to be opting for, I imagine... I guess you can go for anything because White Rabbit wasn't able to resolve its effect, but there's no real need to use CB11 anymore. I imagine you are just going for GWC 06 here. Oh, looks like he's actually hovering over TB11. Maybe he has 06 set already? But if he had 06 set already, he could have gone for game this turn.
He's going to set TB11.
Okay, just going to be using TB11 right now to banish the Whitebinder, summon another monster from deck, as well as get the draw from the Whitebinder when it comes back.
Summons another copy of Dormouse.
I'm going to be ashing the effect of the Whitebinder to cut it off. Because of the draw, it's going to stay banished. That could be huge.
That could be huge. If Jean-Paul doesn't have a way to access GWC 06, it'll really limit his interruptions during Nigma's turn.
Now we are locked into Cyberse as well. Limited arrows, so if he wants to go into Firewall Dragon, he will have to link away the SP Little Knight as well.
And it's just going to be a pass on Red Ransom, SP Little Knight, Dormouse with one set card.
Mystery set card.
Probably an infinite permanence. That's what I usually like to assume those cards are.
A very safe choice, yeah. I think it's pretty safe to assume it's not 06 because 06 would have been used several times during this turn.
Oh, yeah.
Even 07, I think, would have been used. So unlikely that it's any one of the Malice Trap cards.
All right, now he gets to activate the Fiendsmith's Tract he got to add to his hand last turn. That got cut off by Droll and Lockbird. No Droll and Lockbird this time, it looks like.
Yep, Lurie is going to be able to activate in the graveyard to touch summon itself back. Now we get to try again. I'm going to be making the Fiendsmith Requiem. Alright, is there going to be an Ash Blossom here? Yeah, it does look like it. And there is not an engraver in the graveyard here because of the banished one from Whitebinder. Will Nick be able to continue?
Does he have any Raziel cards?
I think we're gonna normal summon Ice, or normal summon Sword. Oh no, that is not ideal. Oh, and the Little Knight is gonna banish Red Ransom.
Oh, and Red Ransom can banish, yeah, when it's banished. Oh,
And
and the
then
Imperm too. And the Red Ransom will also get him access to White Rabbit, which gets him access to GWC06.
Neutral I'll be activating Red Ransom effect.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yep, this is looking really good here for John Paul. The hometown hero might be going into the last round with an X2 record. Nick's down to one card in hand, right? It's going to have to be a really good one.
At this point, I feel like he needs to draw two.
Yeah.
It needs to be like a tactics draw two.
I'll activate White Rabbit. Then confirm stat.
Yep, confirming the Imperm column, very important.
I Imperm. Sit here.
The White Rabbit Spectre will be able to set either 07 or 06. I'm going to go opt for 07 here. That makes a lot of sense, just having another form of actual interruption. Whitebinder doesn't really do anything anymore because you've already accessed every name that you need to. Eventually you will try to get it back with the White Rabbit like several turns from now.
True.
But just focusing on making sure Nick isn't able to play this turn, but there is nothing else to do this turn. Yeah, we can just enter battle phase with these monsters, and that is it. Ooh, a quick game here. Unfortunate for Nick, but John Paul will be taking it with Bestial Malice.
Yeah, it was kind of when we looked at the deck list and they came over, if you were just to see it on paper, like, John Paul looks like he wins this matchup 7 out of 10 times, I think. And both those games definitely went in his favor. I think the key part in that game number 2 was the Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
Like, when you lead with Engraver, get hit with Droll and Lockbird, like, even if you have the Raziel cards in your hand, like, the whole point is you summon one, gets another, summon none, and gets another, but you can't do any of that. You can't use the track. Like, it's just tough. And, you know, Jean Paul played it really well there, you know, knowing what he can do, how to maximize the most amount of interruptions he can from like the limited cards in his hand. And we got to see the power of the proactive Beastial. Like when you just have that one monster, it turns into a Link one, you summon a Beastial, all of a sudden you have 3 monsters, and that's the magic number in Malice, being able to access one of the Link 3s like Red Ransom or Whitebinder.
Yeah, every Bestial allows you to play through a single interruption on a normal summon, simply because it generates 2 bodies, the monster that you banish off the Bestial effect as well as the Bestial itself, which gets you pretty much everywhere you need. And you're able to protect your Red Ransom as well, because usually you're using the Link Decoder, which means that you get to link them away and activate Link Decoder's effect in the graveyard as Chain Link 2 to protect yourself from Ash Blossom, and Red Ransom is able to resolve.
Yeah, it's incredible. And once again, we didn't get to see, you know, no Artifact Lancia, no Milcharmy Meows. Everyone talks about, oh yeah, Lancia is such a good counter, but you have to draw the card. That's step 1. If you don't draw the hard counter card, like, it can be quite tough. But, you know, even though Nick is now 3 losses, he's still going to want to play that last round, because there was a chance that players with 3 losses, not many of them, a very small portion, will have a chance to make that top 64 cutoff. But John Paul putting himself in prime position to guarantee his spot in the top 64. Then we're going to have, you know, the single elimination portion and eventually crown a YCS champion.
Yeah, still a lot of dueling to go, but we're grinding through. We're reaching the end here, and these players are made it just to the final stretch before they can go into that top 10.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still, the way these games play out, I mean, I'm just getting more and more convinced that Malice is going to walk away with the trophy this weekend.
So every time, if Malice wants to win, it needs to go on stream, because I'm talking to all the players outside. I'm seeing what happens outside the room. They have been Lancia to death. They have been Malice twice in the same turn. They even on the following turn, they'll use Malice on their own turn, because they have to summon sometimes from the Banished and Graveyard. People are drawing 6 cards per turn, just not here, not on stage.
Well, unfortunately for the non-Malice players, the finals will be on the feature match stage. So we're just going to have probably, who knows, we'll see. Maybe we'll see Artifact Lancia show up. But just as much as they have a chance of drawing Artifact Lancia, they have a chance of drawing Crossout Designator. I'm pretty sure.
Or Ash Blossom.
Or Ash Blossom. Well,
there are answers.
Yeah, Ash Blossom for the most charming.
Yeah. You know, there's several interruptions that you can go with here.
Definitely. But, you know, congratulations to John Paul. We heard his hometown friends, you know, cheering him on, giving him a little round of applause. But let's go ahead and hear from John Paul and see what he has to say. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm live here on stage with Jean-Paul. Congratulations on winning your feature match. You shout out some of your friends that are here watching you right now, but I want to start off because the conversation going into this event was still just like it was at Anaheim. Malice or Ryziel, which one's going to be the deck to beat? And you're piloting Malice, you just beat the Ryziel on stage. So what are your thoughts on the matchup?
I think Malice, if they're well prepared, they are in a better position than the Ryziel matchup, to be honest.
How so, though? Like, talk about why you think that is.
I think just because the Malice deck just drives their Bystials as a side engine, and then depending on their choice, either Mitsurugi or Fiendsmith, both of them are hurt really badly by the Bystials.
So it's not just the Malice cards, it's what you can play with them.
Yes.
Okay, well said. Well, you were talking before coming live. This was your first ever feature match, so congratulations on winning that. But now you're going into the final round, and you have a chance of making top 64. How's the pressure feeling? Are you in a good headspace?
Yes, I'm feeling very excited to be here. And I'm very excited to be able to participate on this event and be able to make it to the last round and really have a chance to make top cut, to be honest.
Well, you have people in the crowd cheering for you, so it's awesome to have the support. One of your friends, Jordan, out there, he had a question for you, so I'm curious what your answer is going to be. Jordan wants you to explain what your favorite Malice play is.
He knows.
We don't get to know?
He knows, but I'll tell you. My favorite play, I did it on stream. Did I do it? Yes, on game 2, my favorite play is normal summoning the monster, it getting negated, and then just me making Link Decoder and activating the Bestial monster.
It's a classic. It's a classic.
It is. It makes me feel really good.
Why mess with a good thing? Thank you, Jean-Paul. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows.
It's a pretty staple play, I'd say.
Hey, as long as he knows, we know. We all.
Yeah. I think everyone knows. We've been here.
Yeah, but 10 rounds in the books. One more Swiss round coming up next before we cut to a top 64. But before we come back with our next feature match, I want to talk about something awesome that is going on right now in Duel Links. That's right. Go ahead and download Duel Links if you haven't. Now is the perfect time to get into it. The Duel Links 8th anniversary celebration campaign is underway. We are giving away awesome rewards to players who have logged in during the campaign. Players can log in to redeem a Chronicle card ticket, that cool new rarity in Duel Links, Rainbow Neos, an ultra rare prismatic version, a Pot of Greed that's prismatic, 1,000 gems, skill and character unlock ticket, and a special 8th anniversary in-game mat and card sleeves. It's hard to believe that Duel Links has already been around for 8 years, but you want to get in now. There's tons of free stuff if you go ahead and log in. Now we're going to go ahead and toss to the bonus feature match, and then we will be right back with the final round of Swiss. So stay tuned so you can see which one of your favorite players will make the top cut here at the first YCS in 2025 here in Orlando, Florida. Stay tuned.
the point, his opponent is playing actually a pretty interesting variant of Fiendsmith because it's not containing any Ryzel. It's a real pure Bestial Fiendsmith deck.
Yeah, I mean, this deck has 3 ofs, which you do not typically see on deck lists. So, for example, he's playing 3 copies of Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, and 3 copies of the Bestial Lubellion. So, I've commented on this before about how a lot of decks can incorporate the Bestials and or the Fiendsmith cards to add a supplemental card advantage engine. We saw that yesterday with the Tenpai deck. This player, instead of electing to incorporate Tenpai cards, just said, I'm going to go fully into the grinding of what these 2 engines allow me to do. I am always going to have Lacrima live. I am always going to have access to Lubellion to get that branded regain. And I'm just going to grind my opponents out with the Bestial advantage and the Fiendsmith advantages.
It's definitely the way that Mario is planning to win this duel, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. It's interesting because he's running such a slim package of spells and traps. The Unstoppable Exodian card, its natural strength is that it has a built-in spell and trap negation, and so that won't necessarily come into play as much here. Well, because he just doesn't have that many, but it'll be interesting to see if all those points of negation, or excuse me, interaction, actually do anything, because you don't get a lot of monsters in the graveyard for Bestials to feed on in the Exodia deck. That's why they can naturally run cards like Dimension Shifter, because a lot of your cards are going from the Spell and Trap zone and to the Monster zone, maybe back to the Spell and Trap zone from YGO Temple.
Yeah, there are literally only 5 spell and or trap cards in Mario's deck. He is playing 35 monsters, and this kind of goes back to something I mentioned yesterday. And obviously this isn't a Malice strategy, but when I spoke with Billy, what's the correct number of Bestials you're going into the weekend with? Mario just said yes to that question. He is playing 3 Baldrake, 3 Jerusalem, 3 Serenir, Magnemite, and the 3 Bestial Lubellion. He is maxing basically all of them but the Bestial Alibur.
Wow, yeah, can you imagine if we had Bestial Alibur too, though? Basically, you're right, though. He popped open Neuron and he just said Bestials, click, 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 until he had everything in there. And of course, there's those great Millennium dice there, but forget that because we're about to roll them in Game 1 of the last round of Swiss here at YCS Orlando Dig 2.
It is interesting to see a deck with this many of the sort of traditional Bestials that require a light or dark monster in the graveyard, the full maximized number of 10 that are legal in the TCG, because going into the weekend, that was one of the biggest meta calls. Are you going to play 3? Are you going to bump it up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Now, how far are you willing to go? Well, Mario's made it all the way here to the final round of the Swiss with all of the Bestials possible in his deck.
Well, Mario's going first here, so we'll see how rolling that 11 on the dice ended up setting it up for a successful duel. Oh, it might be Dimension Shifter. Yep, because we talked about it. You don't really put a lot of monsters in the graveyard with Exodia Millennium.
I mean, that is a dark monster, so there is a possibility that allows him to activate a Bestial effect, but that might not be really sufficient based on the way his deck is constructed. For example, post Dimension Shifter, he has, in terms of defense, 3 copies of Ash Blossom. He can still use that. 3 Veiler, which he cannot use. Then he has 3 copies of Fualos, which isn't going to line up particularly well against this strategy. Then he has 3 copies of Nubiru, which also probably won't line up very well. Ghost Ogre. I don't see a whole lot of defense here that he might have.
Well, that's an interesting point you make about Effect Veiler not being effective in this duel, because a lot of the effects of the Millennium monsters activate from the Spell and Trap zone, so it's not necessarily when they're always summoned. So the Effect Veiler may not have been helpful, but normal summoning the Ghost Ogre. I wonder what we're going to do now. Link Summon or Synchro 9? Feels like it's probably a Link Summon here. Oh, an SP Little Knight.
That's sort of interaction. I mean, it is. It's just not typically the interaction that you hope for. He'll get to resolve his Magnemite in the end phase, presumably searching out. And I could see him searching out a copy of the Bestial Lubellion, because monsters are not going to go to the graveyard anyway, and then Bestial Lubellion is any of them. So here he's gone for Serenir, which might suggest that he has the Bestial Lubellion in his hand. If you just hedge and get the Bestial Lubellion, you kind of have access to all of the Bestial options on the following turn. Though I will say there is the possibility of a second Dimension Shifter. Whenever we have the Bestial Dimension Shifter interaction, it actually opens up the double Shifter opening.
You have to wonder if these 2 players have dueled before, because Ivan discarding that Dimension Shifter meant he wasn't afraid of Malice. He just knew, okay, I'm not going to worry about any cards getting banished here. But we draw for turn. Our first card is the YGO Temple.
Yep. And he needs to give that card a read. So Steven, tell us what this card's going to do.
Sure. So you can go ahead and use it to place a monster from your deck into your spell and trap zone. But first, you have to place a card from your hand into the spell and trap zone. That doesn't sound too painful, but sometimes under the wrong conditions, you might end up using an Exodia piece from your hand. But that's okay. This deck actually wants to put those Exodia pieces on the field because it can show them later. It looks like he's going to put Sengenjin that wakes from a Millennium in the spell and trap zone to pay the cost, to go ahead and then place another Millennium monster, and I would imagine it would either be the shield or the golem that guards the Millennium Treasure. So we'll see what he has and where he's going with this.
So he already has access to another Millennium Search at the cost of either 2,000 life points or revealing the Millennium Anklet from his hand.
Well, the Ankh certainly spells eternal life here, and you don't have to pay any life points when you actually have the Ankh in your hand. But we'll see if he has to pay 2,000. It looks like he probably does because he put down the Millennium Shield. Again, the Shield of Millennium Dynasty is going to... Oh, no, okay. Oh, he is going to Order of Operations out. So here's why that's important. He would have to pay 2,000 life points if he didn't have the Ankh, but there's the Millennium Ankh right there. Oh, it's gorgeous. I think this is all quarter century secret rares on every single one of his cards. What a true passionate duelist.
I have one in deck in English.
I think this may be a foreign copy, so they're just getting a translation.
Oh, but he does need to have a copy of those translations on hand. You can't just keep them in your deck. So very important to either have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron on airplane mode or to have a written or printed copy of it. So Judge is probably helping out with that, but you do need to have that in advance. But
yeah,
beyond,
we see just all of these quarter-century secret rares. He's not only brought this deck to the event this weekend, he's fully committed to blinging it out.
oh, he is definitely representing. So he didn't have to pay 2,000 life points, so he does get to special summon the Shield of Millennium Dynasty, and that will allow him to add from his deck to his hand another copy of the Millennium Ankh there. And I think that's also quarter-century secret rare, so you're absolutely right. Definitely blinging out. So you're right that he also had a search that you commented on earlier. The Sengenjin that wakes from Millennium will be able to add another monster. And, you know, usually you go, there's a couple of Millennium monsters, but Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure feels best because it prevents your opponent from negating the activation of the Millennium Ankh. Going for attack mode there, too. Interesting, we haven't seen anything with SP Little Knight yet. I can't imagine you would want to bounce anything other than the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, especially the direction we're going.
At this point, though, he's just threatening an attack over. So he is kind of incentivized to eventually do something.
So we are going to use the Golem that guards. And it's just going to get another Wedju Temple. This is great follow-up because if for some reason it goes to another turn after one of the amazing attacks from the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, he basically has the full combo again, every single piece of it. He has the Ankh, he has additional monsters, and he's got the Wedju Temple. And that's another quarter-century secret rare. You weren't kidding, Joe.
It's too bad the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures isn't currently a quarter-century secret rare. Looks a little out of place.
It does. He'll just have to win enough times for it to be printed in one of those fabulous official tournament store packs. And then you could have an ultimate rare release. That'd be fun. Now,
Maybe someday it'll be in a rarity collection.
Oh,
you know,
that
maybe
would
the
be fun,
30th
yeah.
anniversary by that point.
now, there's a real question. What rarity are his Exodia pieces? So he's activating the Millennium Ankh to translate for those. He gets to show all 5 pieces from his deck field or banishment or graveyard, I believe. But it actually goes back to the deck. Don't worry, there's no victory by Exodia yet. This allows him to fusion summon out the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and then he actually places the Ankh back in the deck. That wasn't a mistake he made. So that's why Dimension Shifter pairs so well. Look, the graveyard is clean.
He can literally activate Dimension Shifter again
Oh, yeah.
after a full array of plays.
So this is wild. We got to talk about all 5 effects of this card, right? So first, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, which is wild in and of itself. Second, it has a built-in negation for spell and traps. Then, when it battles, this is insane, during damage calculation, which is a really important part because that could actually deal with the SP Little Knight, it gains attack equal to your life points. And then during the end phase, you get to set either an Exod or Obliterate spell or trap from your deck, and we'll talk more about those, but that was enough for him to scoop it up right there. Wow, just some incredible demonstration of how he got this far in the tournament. Just play the cards.
Let's play Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, that too.
So we didn't get to see the Exodin Obliterate card, and just in case we don't get to see them in the next upcoming pair of games, or potentially pair of games, which would you have gone for first and why?
So the way I usually do it, and the way I've seen most duelists go for it, is when you're ending your own turn, you want to play the trap card Exod the Fires Ablaze, because when you control a level 10 or higher Exodia monster, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. That's it. And you can search that out, which is insane because you're using it from a card from the extra deck that you saw he clearly had easy access to. The reason you do that is if your opponent puts out a threat that can deal with your very powerful card that can't be destroyed and has a built-in spell and trap negate, you just clear that field right off. Then, at the end of their turn, you can set something like Obliterate Blaze in order to pay half your life points, clear the field with a heavy storm-like effect, equip 5 pieces of Exodia as equip cards that give 2,000 attack each, and if it attacks, it does piercing battle damage. Not to say that it's not going to gain attack from its own effect. So that could be like 18,000, so move over 10 by. There is a new giant attack in town.
Yeah, that 1-2 sequence makes a lot of sense, and don't forget, the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate activates during both of those end phases, so that's why not only do you get it on your turn, but then also your opponent's turn. So assuming it gets to protect itself, which through the spell and trap negation, and the fact that it cannot be destroyed by the opponent's card effects, it's quite likely to actually survive the opponent's turn.
Certainly is, and it's one of the reasons why, you know, skilled duelists like Mario is just like, yep, I can't. I know what this does. I know what's going on. That single attack would have been enough, and it shows you that while not a lot of players were playing Exodia, I was surprised to actually see it once we were looking through the matches and all the decks left in the tournament. People do know what this deck does. It is very powerful and no joke.
It's really unfortunate looking at Mario's side deck. I see some of the options that he has in there. Artifact Lancia, probably not going to line up very well.
Nope.
Phantasmal Dragon, or Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, probably not lining up terribly well.
Could come up if there was like a Silhouette Rabbit, which is a common occurrence for this deck, but
Even so.
You don't even need it here, as you say.
Fenrir probably is just a good enough card that's going to replace something in the main deck, and then Multrummy Perulia, we're not really summoning a whole lot from
We're
the hand,
not, because they go from the hand to the spell and trap zone, and then they're special summon from the spell and trap zone, so it's really, really slippery how they get onto the field.
He has 3 copies of Droll and Lockbird, which I do imagine he is going to be siding into his deck based on what we saw in that first game.
That would definitely help slow things down because you wouldn't be able to search for the Millennium Ankh with the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, and you wouldn't be able to search an additional monster with the Sengenjin that wakes from the Millennium. So yes, the Droll and Lockbirds will be very powerful here, but also just getting a chance to go first before Exodia shows up also helps.
Yeah, looking at Ivan's deck, he has some interesting choices for going second. For example, he's playing 3 copies of Lava Golem, another sort of blast from the past.
Oh, wow.
He is playing a single copy of Super Polymerization. He's playing, you know, a few hand interaction pieces, you know, 3 Ash Blossom and 3 Infinite Impermanence. But it's really those 3 Lava Golems that stand out to me as a bit of an unusual choice for going second. Of course, though, he also has Dimension Shifter in his deck, which we saw there from the previous game, sometimes is enough.
Now, I know a lot of notable duelists that have piloted this deck to great success, whether they're, you know, local grinders, like some of our TCG player articles and stuff like that. There's just so much cool stuff that we've seen. And actually, a notable coverage duelist, actually, Zach Butler plays this deck and is always labbing it out. I don't know if you've met him before, but it's really good to see that this deck certainly continues to carry stuff on. I mean, it's just great stuff.
Yep, I know. Butler, of course.
It's just cool to see, again, that, like, this deck is doing business, and it looks like that Dimension Shifter, is that right? Did he let his opponent go first, or did the Dimension Shifter lock him down? I don't think he played a single card, so...
Looking at Mario's deck, I don't see a whole lot of reasons why you'd want to go second, especially after what happened there. So, could it have just simply been Shifter Pass? That went so quick, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it certainly is. I guess I got so effervescent. My apologies, duelists. Just excited about it. But it's true, again, we've seen so many notable duelists from legendary competitors like Patrick Hoban that you mentioned. I mean, they're really taking the Exodia deck seriously, and here we go again. Here's all 5 pieces in, I believe, Quarter Century Secret Rare from the tins.
The Millennium cards themselves specifically as extenders, I think, the Exodia pieces were not incorporated in those Snake Eye strategies, but if somebody didn't respect those cards before this particular event, seeing what they're doing now, it's really quite impressive. That one card almost reminds me of Branded Fusion to a certain extent.
It really, Branded Fusion, I think, is a really good, like, version of that. The difference is that the Branded Lost here is almost built into the archetype and a little easier to search. If you get your Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures out in the field, they can't negate the activation of the Millennium Monk, and that does sound similar to his cards where you can't respond to it, but, oh, and there it is, right? The Exile, the Fires of Rage, the ability to destroy all cards on your opponent's field. That may be it, and that to me shows that I think that Mario let his opponent go first. Maybe he's got something, maybe he thought he would just draw the draw on Lockbird and just make his opponent suffer for that, but...
We'll see very quickly, because either a concession could happen quickly, definitely a possibility, but if Mario starts to utilize cards that allow him to use his graveyard, then we know that it was the Ivan shifter on Mario's first turn that had the stymied first turn, and this is now the first opportunity for Mario to actually play, and this entire match, might I add, with a graveyard.
All right, well, let's see. Gonna go and start with Kashtira Fenrir. Certainly can target the Exodia monsters, and we already talked about how Mario doesn't have a lot of spell and traps to make Exodia use its effect to its maximum potential here.
So this is either a card that he drew as the 6th card, or would give off the impression to me that he did in fact go second, because the fact that Fenrir can just search a copy of Fenrir makes it so that summoning Fenrir on the first turn is just the logical play. And
Definitely
additionally, it didn't seem like Exodia, the unstoppable Exodia incarnate, attacked that previous turn, so it actually does seem like Mario decided to go second, which I find to be really fascinating.
It is fascinating. Now, it's true we talked about the 5 effects of the unstoppable Exodia incarnate, but we left out that 5th one. During your standby phase, you lose 1,000 life points. And that can really come up. I've actually lost a duel myself because I had 1,000 life points exactly and just entered the standby phase, and that was game. So we'll see what happens. But it looks like he had to use the Exile the Fires of Rage trap card early to get rid of Kashtira Fenrir, because it is a really natural predator of Exodia.
And everything has been banished, so it is in fact the case that Mario decided to go second.
Wow. So we are going to see another Kashtira Fenrir here. Again, take a look. Remember, cannot be destroyed by battle, but nobody said anything, or excuse me, card effects, but nobody said anything about being banished face down or targeted. So Kashtira Fenrir really can't help here. So we're going to normal summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears.
What's really awesome, in my opinion, is Mario has basically taken the 3 grindiest card advantage engine-based strategies from the last 2 or 3 years and just put them all together. The Bestials, the Fiendsmiths, and then 3 copies of Kashtira Fenrir in his side deck.
Oh yeah, excited as I've sounded about Ivan's deck, it is no disappointment to see Mario's list. It just is incredible stuff, and it's interesting too because we haven't seen a lot of pure Fiendsmith Bestial, right? Usually it has some other element added in there, whether it's Ryzel or something else, but he's really just trying to play light and dark monsters to the best of his ability, and I think he's doing a great job as he gets into the Fiendsmith Requiem without access to the graveyard.
It reminds me of the Tempai deck from yesterday, just about the Tempai, the one that we featured that had Bestials and the Fiendsmith cards. Looked like he was deciding between a handful of differing Link monsters, but it looks like Requiem is the one that he's selected.
Interesting. It's true that we're in such an interesting era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 because with so many popular cards and a limited 46 cards for your deck, we're just seeing people just play good cards. Whether it's like a combination of Malice or Ryzel or Fiendsmith or Bestial or Kashtira, it's just whatever you like to play, have fun with it.
So he might be deciding here whether or not he actually wants to set during the end phase in order to play around that Fenrir.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and do it. I mean, technically speaking, he could just fusion summon another The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. And setting the spell card there, the Obliterate Blaze, could set him up for a really winning position. But he also could just maybe attack the Fiendsmith's Requiem, but of course that's a quick effect, so it's not going to stay on the field long.
And he has multiple copies of Lacrima. That's something that is a little bit different. Usually we see just a single copy of Lacrima, but by playing 3 copies of Lacrima, the fact that it got banished through the effect of Dimension Shifter isn't as detrimental to Mario's strategy as it might otherwise be.
I really definitely like Mario's, like, he's playing the Fiendsmith deck, right? There are lots of decks that include Fiendsmith, but he's really giving it his all to actually play that as a full strategy. But we are setting the Obliterate Blaze as a reminder, pay half your life points, destroy all spells and traps on the field, and then equip those 5 Exodia pieces as 2,000 attack. That's like 10 Axes of Despair.
And there goes Exodia to the banished pile face down. Maybe it is stoppable. By
They-
Fenrir.
the sometimes stoppable Exodia Incarnates.
by the Kashtira monsters.
By the Kashtira monsters. Well, we know Kashtira gets a lot of work done. That's why it has a certain reputation among duelists. All right, well, okay, so we're going to place it in the Spell and Trap Zone there. And unless he's got the Millennium Ankh, he's going to have to pay 2,000 life points to special summon it out. Oh, but there's the Ankh.
So this means he's going to be able to just do the entire thing we saw in the previous turn again, just about.
That's absolutely correct. And it is a Spell and Trap effect right now, special summoning it, so it's not a monster effect, so it's not time for Kashtira Fenrir to try to do anything. I mean, you could. We noticed that he had Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. You actually could chain that. Because it's a Spell and Trap that's already facing on the field, activating its effect. Maybe considering, I don't know how much mileage you would get out of that, because he already has a Millennium Ankh. But you might be worried about, what does 2 level 5 monsters on the field mean? Maybe he's running an Xyz monster, maybe he's going to Link Summon.
And that is one of the inherent advantages of playing a strategy like this. You might kind of understand what these newer cards do, but the extra deck just has so many possibilities. You know, all of a sudden you need to consider every single rank 5 that's ever been printed, in addition to all of the Link 2 monsters. So it's difficult to understand how to interact with these strategies if you're not as familiar with them.
Well, I mean, we got to see Mimigol was making it. It's cool to see that a lot of duelists are putting the research and development into more obscure decks. It gives them, kind of like in certain video games where you play a character that nobody has any, like, practice against. It's that same vibe, and it's a reminder that duelists got to get out there and make new friends and play against different decks.
So now we're going to see that Lacrima, the second copy of Lacrima, as I mentioned, send a copy of Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard.
Well, this may help them out. It'd be nice to see this duel go the distance. I mean, I'm just having a great time seeing these two go against one another. But with the Fiendsmith in Paradise, definitely gives a few more options later, but technically the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate could negate the activation of a spell or trap card or effect. Is that right? Yeah, spell or trap card or effect, so you could stop the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
And Desiree sends, too, so theoretically that could get around the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnates cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effect clause.
If the Fiendsmith in Paradise gets to resolve.
That's what
it's
I mean.
all about order of operations.
Yeah.
This is like each duelist needs to blink first, and whoever does may not go their way.
And Mario would have to bait out the Exodia negation in a deck that has literally 5 spell or trap cards.
No, it's a little difficult. Looks like we're going to send these two monsters to the graveyard in order to link summon. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Is he going to actually then go into the Underworld Goddess? Because he does, in fact, have it in his extra deck.
Oh, and he's pointing to the sacred spots. I mean, nothing is really safe except like the far left spot where Kashtira Fenrir is, depending on where you're looking.
So this makes sense. Now he's going to activate that Fiendsmith in Paradise. Maybe he knows that this is something he has to use before the Unstoppable Exodia hits the field. It would make a lot of sense.
That's true. He did concede before Exodia even hit the field, so he may be just thinking to himself, like, no, I've seen this before. This may be excited for the casters, but this is just another Tuesday for me.
But in terms of banishing the Fiendsmith in Paradise before the negation is on the field.
Interesting. Considering his options there, Fiendsmith Desiree being sent to the graveyard, ready to rock and roll, but I've been keeping up a great pace of play, but seems a little stumped, but just going to go ahead and flip over the Millennium Ankh. We'll see those Exodia pieces again.
Makes sense to keep copies in his hand so that he doesn't have to pay 2,000 life points.
This Exodia looks a little different. It goes arm, arm, leg, head, leg. But just the same, great materials, and back to the deck. If I want to shuffle that deck thoroughly, that's for sure. I mean, mathematically, there is a chance that if Ivan played enough duels, he could just win by drawing Exodia in the first turn.
I guess that is a possibility.
You see it, but there's probably it's a very slim chance.
I mean, I've seen it in the feature match area before.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. Jeff Leonard, a legendary Exodia player unto himself. One more piece, right? One more piece.
This is one where I don't think he actually wants to draw any pieces, though.
Yeah, it's difficult.
No more pieces.
When you draw them, you're just like, I'll put him in the spell trap. No more piece. But joking aside, looks like he's staring down his own copy of Obliterate Blaze, and he may be doing it. Pay half your life points. So 4,000 life points remaining, but it's going to gain 10,000 attack effectively by equipping all those Exodia pieces. Even the judge taking a look just to be like, okay, let me make sure how this works, because it's true we don't see it at this level of play all the time.
And now he's going to be able to inflict piercing damage.
Oh, so the Lacrima isn't safe. And again, the monster effect activates in the damage step, so there's really not going to be a chance for any response there from the Cashier Fenrir. It's really all up to Lacrima.
And it was really important for him to clear out his spell and trap card zone throughout the duration of this turn as well.
Well, actually, it does that for you,
yeah,
which is so cool. Because you pay half the life points to give it the effect to do that, so you have the clear spell and trap. So it's really weird, but that's Exodia for you.
It's actually really interesting you say that, because before the match we were talking about Blaze, and I said, oh, it kind of reminds you of Harvey's Feather. So you're like, no, it's actually Heavy Storm.
Yeah.
Not to think that that actually would, it really actually very much matters.
Really Heavy Storm, it actually matters, because you don't want to have 8,000, you want to have 10,000.
We have an Effect Veiler.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you want to slow down on that. So it looks like he's not going for the attack because, remember, it gives an effect. So the Effect Veiler is stopping the spell. Really, like, nuanced use cases here. And so maybe those clumpy Effect Veilers are actually backfiring now on Ivan, because while Mario had to hold on to them, since there's so many monsters activating from the spell and trap zone, he had a definite copy in his hand to stop the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate whenever Obliterate Blaze gave it that new effect. So let's see what we got next. Mario is digging deep into the deck, grabbing another Cashier Fenrir, so just Fenrir to Fenrir to Fenrir. Gang's all here.
And we already saw how one copy of Fenrir can deal with the Exodia.
That's all it takes. And it kind of gives you, you know, Fenrir is known for that insulation. I can play safely because if you react to me, maybe your best card goes away. And his best card on the field right now is Exodia.
So now we're seeing some of the standard Fiendsmith plays.
Interesting. So interesting too, I was noticing the life point counter hadn't changed, but the paying half of your life points is part of the effect that is given to Exodia, so he never got to. Maybe he should have waited just a little bit, because technically that would have been a cost, so Mario might have jumped the gun there because he missed a chance to have his opponent lose half his life points for nothing. But it is such a nuanced deck, but I don't think he needs any help here as Lacrima of the Crimson Tears hits the field. Infinite Permanence obviously powerful here, so we've got negations going back and forth. Both players just trying to hold on for dear life. But again, both in a pretty good position to make it to our top cut here. So this may just be the appetizer for the encore. Ooh.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's a quick play, couldn't you have just activated it in the battle phase to play around Effect Veiler?
No, because the effect that it gives you is an ignition effect that you can only activate during the main phase.
Oh,
so
okay, touche, thank you, yeah.
They do a really good job of like making it not too unfair, but feeling just like, you know, Yugi Moto in the very first episode, you know, my grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain. Yeah. But unfortunately it also contains Effect Veiler on the other side, so didn't happen this time.
Yeah, so for those of you who are curious about that, Effect Veiler actually does line up quite well against this Exodia strategy when they're trying to go for the Blaze play specifically.
Well, I hate to invoke the anime again, but it is going to mean that a player like Ivan is going to have more difficulty in the future as more Effect Veilers show up when the Blue Eye Structure deck comes out soon. Effect Veiler is going to be very popular very soon. But equally popular, look at all the great work that Chaos Angel is doing, combining the Lacrima and Fiendsmith there. So the Fiendsmith Engraver, obviously light and light, so you're only getting the light effect on the Chaos Angel.
And one by one, we're down to just one final copy of Exodia. He is in fact playing 3 copies of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate in his extra deck, but now he's down to only 1 copy, with Fenrir and Chaos Angel having banished them.
So big numbers here, of course.
This could be it.
Oh, he's conceding. Okay, so we got ourselves a match. It is 1-1 with about 20 minutes, 19 on the clock. So we definitely got time, but this is just a slugfest. Just big old monsters getting it done.
I'm really impressed electing to go second, as Mario did there in this previous game, being facing down a Dimension Shifter again, which we saw in the first game basically just outright ended his opening turn, but actually still finding a way to navigate through that. And not only just navigate through going second, doing so against 2 copies of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate.
Well, we've talked about how there's definitely 2 ways to approach a format, right? Maybe you run a lot of interactions from the hand, or maybe you run a lot of cards and clear the field. Interestingly, though, you know, he's more on the interactions from the hand. He was just brave. He just was going to do it, and it paid off very well.
Yeah, I mean, talk about from the hand. If you incorporate the Bestials into your hand interaction count, you already start with just 10 because we already commented on how Mario's maximizing them. Then you have 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Ghost Ogre, 3 Moltrami Fualos, 3 Nibiru. He's electing not to play Infinite Impermanence, which is an interesting selection this weekend, which is something to consider if we're going to talk about Exodia and the way in which Obliterate Blaze works, that he does only have those 3 copies of Effect Veiler. He doesn't have the Infinite Impermanence that you would typically see in a lot of strategies.
Well, Impermanence may not do much here, though, because, again, there's that built-in spell and trap negate of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Maybe he was preparing just for this moment.
Yeah, sometimes, putting several cards together, but yeah, you're absolutely right. That spell and trap negate. Something to consider in terms of side decking, that actually maybe Impermanence is a card you leave in the side deck if you're playing against this strategy.
The only thing I can think that Impermanence would do very interestingly here is if Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure is on the field, you can't negate the activation of the Millennium Ankh, but you could use Infinite Impermanence to negate a monster's effect in the same column as the Millennium Ankh, although I don't think a lot of people would end up making that mistake at this level of play.
Yeah, that's definitely possible.
Both duelists just locked in. They've shown each other, no, I can compete with this. And so Mario is, going to have to try to win out another one again when his opponent gets to go first. And maybe that's fine. Maybe Ivan just goes first again, and Mario is just, I've gone second every part of this duel. I think I'm okay.
See, the thing is for Mario, and this might be the case for a lot of players at home, you're probably going to have cards like Moltrami Fualos in your deck and Perulia, which are not going to get you a lot of draws. Sometimes it's better to just maybe potentially hope to draw 2 copies of Imperm as opposed to having cards like the Molcharmers in your deck, which really might not even get you anything. So it really is difficult playing against the strategy that if you do elect to keep Imperm, you honestly need 2 Imperms or Imperm plus Fiend Flint in Paradise in order to actually get around that Exodia effect of negating a spell or trap card.
Yeah, the Molcharmi economics department, I think you're only going to get 1, maybe 2 draws out of Molcharmi Fualos against an Exodia player, right? 1 for the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and maybe 1 for a Link monster like we saw earlier. But other than that, it's true that it's not a dead draw as it's called, but it doesn't do a whole lot in this duel, so maybe he even side decked it out as he continues to play.
And that second Link monster is an optional one. That's not integral to what the deck strategy. If the Exodia Incarnate was the second summon, that might be a little bit different, but that Link monster can easily be kept away into the extra deck to negate that second draw from your opponent.
A lot of options there too, considering you have a huge range of monster types and levels, and if you're playing any interactions from the hand yourself, a level 5 monster like Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, or I think actually that might be 6, but either or, your monsters in your hand that interact are typically tuners. Ash Blossom and the Shield of Millennium Dynasty, that's a level 8 synchro right there, and there's plenty of good 8 synchros, but we'll have to see. The duels look like they're ready. Maybe the only thing we just see is Exodia again, or maybe not at all, depending on how this duel goes.
I'd love to actually see an Obliterate Blaze activated resolve and win. That would be a really awesome way to just end this final round of Swiss.
I feel like Mario knows too well about these card effects to let that happen. He knows when he's cooked, right? That's checkmate. So we'll see if he lets it resolve actually fully on the field. But either or, time for a good game. Great show of respect, and it's time to duel.
Stand by, man.
Are we going to have Shifter for a 3rd game in a row?
Shifter this time.
So no Shifter, but starting off with the Wedju Temple. Looks like he's got some great options in his hand to place with the effect of the Wedju Temple.
I think that means he has a copy of Ogre, because he asked, is that like Right Soth, where it's on activation, or is it an Ignition?
It is not. So this could be a little expensive, but you could still place the cards from your hand to the field.
Okay.
But you are right. It's not like Pressure Planet Right Soft where you activate it when this card is activated. No, it's after it's activated, then during your main phase. So it looks like there's Sengenjin. And I think we're going to lose a lot of life points. 15 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be a little difficult here. But yeah, he does lose 2,000, so that'll put him at 6,000. And that is important, not just for like the time rules, but also because this is reducing the potential attack ceiling of the Exodia. Because remember, it's gaining attack during the damage step permanently equal to your life points.
Actually looks like he has pieces in his hand this game, which is something that he benefited from in the first 2 games, at least in terms of avoiding. So and he might have 2 pieces of Exodia in his hand, honestly.
Imagine that, an Exodia deck where you don't want to draw the pieces, but oh, there's... That would work. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring negating the entire effect. That means that monster's never jumping out of the spell and trap zone.
All right, so he doesn't have 2 pieces. He has 1 piece of Exodia. Unfortunately, it looks like the Obliterate Blaze, which is a card you'd much rather search out of your deck. And then I think the 3rd card he has in his hand is Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures.
I think almost the simplicity of this deck may backfire on Ivan, because even if Mario didn't have experience against the deck already, although I certainly believe he does when he conceded in game 1, the deck is kind of linear. It does everything it needs to do in about 4 or 5 moves. You can learn it pretty easily, and then look at the difference it has made. Ash Blossom stopping the Sengenjin, Ghost Ogre stopping the Wedgie Temple. This is a pretty rough spot when you got an Exodia piece to boot, so there's very limited cards in hand technically.
Yeah, I mean, he can search out another copy of Wedgie Temple with the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures. That seems to be, in my opinion, the only sequence that he has left for this particular turn.
Sure.
Now it is interesting, but he still can only use that effect of Wedgie Temple once per turn, so even another Wedgie Temple here wouldn't help, unfortunately.
Getting it in his hand and putting a monster on the field to defend his life points is about the only thing that I could see.
Effect to place.
That might be where we're going with this.
Hit to K to special and search.
Oh, he's paying 2,000. Now he's just got a body.
And 2,000 less life points.
I know, he's down to half. Certainly anime vibes with 4,000 life points and a giant soldier of stone-like monster defending his life points. Just that and a prayer. But pretty big defense there. Again, 2,200 and 6 stars, certainly relevant if you're using it as just an extender for certain different combo decks. But right now, it really is just defending, not extending.
I think this might just be it. I mean, I guess he could put the Exodia piece on the field and link summon.
Oh,
All right.
he is going to do that. Okay.
All right. Is that the left leg?
Think so, yeah. Oh, but the secret village of the spellcasters. Little does he know his opponent has very few spells.
I know, literally 4 of them. And that's after side decking. The max that he could ever get to is 4. A regain and 3 track.
Well, all of a sudden, Mario's the one with the anime lines.
Oh, no.
My deck contains no pathetic spells, but it does contain Kashira Fenrir.
If Fenrir banishes the left leg face down.
That is a problem, because again, Millennium Monk needs to show those cards, and you can't show cards that are face down.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I mean, every Exodia duelist has dealt with a piece being banished, but banished face down?
I know. Banished face down is a lot different. You know, from the graveyard, we can back up Soldier in the back to the hand. People knew that from 25 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
From the banish pile, there's a few different iterations. You know, Burial can get him into the graveyard. Miracle Dig, I think, was once a card that was used. But this?
What's your answer, Necroface?
I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't think he's going to normal summon Necroface next turn if he has it next turn, considering that he's got so few life points. And then that Bestial Magnamut could grab another piece, even if he did link summon it off. But it looks like instead we're going to go ahead and banish the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to get out Bestial Magnamut, activate its effect, and I assume Lubellion's coming next.
Makes a lot of sense. He has regained in his deck.
Yep. I can place, right, in your secret village? Place. Yes, you can place. It's not activated.
Yeah, this doesn't activate. It just simply places it onto the field. Which is actually funny. He has 4 spells in his deck. One of it doesn't even activate. At least typically.
Yeah, it's so wild that placing it on the field, just circumventing the entire secret village of spellcasters. Who cares if I'm in a village? We are going to regain some Brandon.
It might be more detrimental to Ivan in this matchup to have the secret village. It shuts off his deck that has 16 spells in it, so he always needs a spellcaster on the field to do anything.
Yeah, and actually, checking the effect of the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, the activation of Millennium Monk can't be negated, so technically you can't. Oh, but you couldn't activate a spell, so it's not negating the spell. So he may be locked out of his signature strategy, not just from the piece being banished, but also just from lacking spellcasters.
He's going to have to, I don't know, draw a piece to Exodia, so maybe he does want one more piece.
Not like this. Well, for 12 rounds, it was never to happen, but finally it has.
Just my anks can be negated. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
I was like, oh, that's all it does?
That's
all right,
it?
That's it.
Okay.
I like that. I'm going to attack that and banish your Exodia piece face down. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Maybe this is just going to go for game because he's at 4,000 life points with all the 2,000 that he paid.
That's enough. Oh, and he's got it. Mario with his Fiendsmith Bestial Concoction conquers Ivan's Exodia deck just by properly playing through. Great stuff there.
So Exodia came one game away from making it into our top 64. Unless,
Hey, maybe it's still mine.
Yeah, I was just about to say maybe Ivan's tiebreakers can sneak him in there towards the bottom, but it's certainly not a guarantee.
No, it's definitely slipping in the last of the locator cards in Battle City. It's not that guaranteed top, but Mario advancing, certainly a great demonstration of just keeping your cool. And for that reason, he gets to sign the Sacred Slip, and now he's moving forward. And a really interesting deck, too. I don't want that to be overshadowed just by how cool the Exodia strategy was. Mario is playing really interesting Fiendsmith Bestial stuff.
Yeah, you probably have seen a lot of his cards on the feature match table this weekend, but not in the way that Mario has combined them, especially in the ratios. You know, as I mentioned, he's maximizing every single Bestial that you can summon from your hand. He's maximizing the entire Fiendsmith engine, 3 Engraver and 3 Lacrima. I guess he's only playing the Fiendsmith in Paradise, so he's not playing, Fiendsmith Kyrie, for example. But he's also then playing a small Kashtira package in his side deck, so he can add in those Fenrir's and just really combine these 3 fantastic long-term grind-you-out card advantage engines.
No, really good stuff. I hate to quick Billy break here, but we've dueled before, but never quite like this. Again, Mario is running just cards we've seen, but in just a different counts and capacity, and it paid off. Really interesting stuff. Again, the infinite permanence wasn't going to save him, but the extra effect veilers did. All the lights, all the darks, just really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, it is funny, the fact that Effect Veiler as a light is a small but reasonable improvement over Infinite Impermanence in a Bestial-based strategy. You typically don't want to play into a card like Triple Tactics, Talons, or Thrust with a monster effect, which is why a lot of players start their deck with Impermanence and then go add Veiler if they want a 4th, 5th, and 6th effect. However, in this particular matchup, as you mentioned earlier, with the Spell and Trap Negate out of the Exodia, the Incarnate, it actually really mattered that it was specifically Effect Veiler in Game 2.
No, it certainly does, and it kind of reminds me of the old conversations we used to have 20 years ago during Invasion of Chaos. Is this card good? No, it's not. Hey, man, it's a light. Oh, okay, that's definitely going in the deck, and you're right. Using practically the same ability there, a little different, obviously, because they are nuancedly different cards. The light came in handy. The light fed the Bestial and gave him everything he needed to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, he has the 3 effect Veiler, and we actually even saw the Ghost Ogre being a light mattering there in order to summon one of the Bestials on the turn that actually clinched it for him.
Yeah, and the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is just such an incredible card. Obviously, it's another light too, right? But I feel like that's a card that comes in and out of the format. Obviously, it's good and bad to destroy cards at different times, but just really just blew his opponent out of the water with that card.
What's fascinating with that card is, when Ryziel first came out, people were focusing how do we deal with Duo Drive, and that was kind of one of the logical pieces as to what you could use to counter Duo Drive. Over time, though, there are actually variations of Ryziel that didn't even play Duo Drive for a small window of time. I think it's kind of regained popularity now, but it's just interesting to see that even so, he's still incorporating 3 copies of Ghost Ogre into his deck this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's actually going to make the difference. As he continues in the tournament, he's going to have a tool that nobody else has. The ability to be like, surprise, your monster's destroyed, while also being a tuner. And in certain nuanced use cases, if it gets stuck on the field, can also send itself from the field to the graveyard, too.
Yeah, for anybody that's played emergency teleport-based strategies, you do know that interaction with Ghost Ogre applies, where sometimes you can actually just teleport, put it on the field during your opponent's turn, and there's some additional point of interaction that wouldn't typically be there.
And it's kind of a recurring threat for him, given that he's got the Brand of Regain, right? Discard, banish, return, discard, banish, return, and so on and so forth. But speaking of return, let's return to the stage to talk with Stephen Kangas and our winner of this featured match.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage. Congratulations, Mario, on the final Swiss round feature match victory. How are you feeling after the win?
Exhausted.
It was a long day yesterday. 3 rounds already today. Do you still have the stamina to keep going?
We'll see. We'll see. But hopefully.
Well, let's talk about that match then, because you're up against a unique deck, the Millennium cards, the Exodia cards. How stressed were you when left leg of the Forbidden One hit the field?
I wasn't too worried about that because I did have another Bistal in hand. I thought he would have went into the Fiendsmith combo, but I believe he couldn't because Closed Moon, I think it's 2 effect monsters. But that was like a last resort because I had Fenrir. So when he activated Secret Village, I was very fine because like my deck can play around it very easily. So I was confident.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you mentioned shout out to your hometown Montreal when you were coming in here. What does it feel for you? Because that's a long distance to travel all the way here to Orlando, Florida to represent Montreal.
It is, but like fortunately we have flights, so it's like it was 2 hours this time, but we do travel a lot throughout all the states, and it can be pretty intense. The travel time, it could be like 8 hours, 10 hours, but we love the game, so we'll do it.
All right, well, we're happy you made the trip today. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Good stuff. Well, it sounds like it was definitely worth the trip, no matter how long a duelist has got a duel.
Yeah, I mean, going all the way from Canada down to Orlando, that's a 2-hour flight. I don't know what airline he goes on, but I need to get in touch with it because mine from Boston was 3 hours, and it's a little bit closer.
That is a supersonic jet indeed, which is just some crazy stuff. But again, wow, what a tournament we've had so far, but it's not over yet. That's the good news. We still have a top cut coming up. So, whew, you excited, Joe?
I am. I'm really curious to see who made it into the top cut.
Oh, goodness. Well, we are going to go for a brief break here, but soon we'll be back with our top cut announcement.
In 6th place, James Valentino. In 7th place, Logan Johnson. In 8th place, Christian Urena. In 9th place, Matthew Vandenheuvel. In 10th place, Hisam Jawari. Next up are those with 30 points. In 11th place, Sebastian Sanchez. In 12th place, Logan Kite. In 13th place, Min Pham. In 14th place, Sean Rye. In 15th place, Trevor McInnes. In 16th place, Duncan Tucker. In 17th place, Jesse Cotton. In 18th place, Levi Dudley. In 19th place, Carlos Perozo Moreno. In 20th place, Andrew Williams. In 21st place, Johnson Griggs. In 22nd place, Brandon Chang. In 23rd place, Rolando Lorido Matos. In 24th place, Jeffrey Jones. In 25th place, Adriel Pierre. In 26th place, Steven Tripanoski. Moving on, this duelist has 29 points. In 27th place, Carlos Baez Boez. Moving on to our duelists with 28 points. In 28th place, Benjamin Tomarkin. In 29th place, Darmond Dixon. In 30th place, Michael Eresman. In 31st place, Aditya Durrup. In 32nd place, Mario D'Amico. Continuing with 28 points. In 33rd place, Clifton Land II. In 34th place, Carlos Morero Cortina. In 35th place, Derek Mead. In 36th place, Jean-Paul Perez Alonso. In 37th place, Mitsu Park. In 38th place, Dennis Nadas. In 39th place, Manan Bandari. In 40th place, Me Windows. In 41st place, Stephen Klaus. 42nd place, Tavion Crowley. In 43rd place, in 43rd place, Daniel Cotto Grosser. In 44th place, Dante Solano. In 45th place, Michael Gold Jr. In 46th place, Sebastian Todd. In 47th place, Nathan Shimada. In 48th place, John Wilkin. In 49th place, Jose Santiago Torres. In 50th place, Ethan Crow. In 51st place, Julian Cajon. In 52nd place, Michael Walters. In 53rd place, Justin Russell. In 54th place, David Flores. In 55th place, Julian Cresto. In 56th place, Mitchell Martin. Our next duelists have 27 points. In 57th place, Adrian Gonzalez. In 58th place, George Sacco. In 59th place, Gabriel Braithwaite. In 60th place, Robert Weathers. In 61st place, Richard Ond. In 62nd place, Giancarlo Valdez Tolentino. In 63rd place, Christopher Cushman. And the last of our top cut with 27 points in 64th place, Colin Goodrich. These standings will now be posted. You will have 5 minutes to verify them. If there are any discrepancies, please come see the scorekeeper. After 5 minutes, standings will become final.
a draft that is
And his opponent today in the red chair, also from Toronto, Ontario, ex-teammates with one of Jesse's teammates, Ryan, would also like to shout out Team 7, John Wilkin! Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. That's right, we have an epic matchup here in Top 64. We looked through all the pairings and tried to find the craziest match we could, and we found 2 Canadian juggernauts, one of, if not the best Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time, credential-wise at least, has so many YCS wins, UDS win, UUDS win, the only one, the undisputed Ultimate Duel Series champion, and the reigning Master, well, 1/3 of the reigning Master Duel World team. And yeah, and John Wilkin, no slouch on the other side, another really incredible player from Canada. And as you mentioned, we've seen him make the finals of a 3v3, the Team YCS, with one of the teammates from Team 7, Ryan Yu, on the teams. That was 2 world champs and John.
Yeah. Well, now they both have to face off against each other. These 2 players have clearly known each other for a very long time. They're from the same area. Jesse grew up with John Wilkin here. Jesse actually helped John Wilkin grow as a player, so they've known each other for a very long time, and this is definitely the most stacked match in this Top Cut.
Yeah, it's incredible. Both these players are amazing duelists, have both been in Top Cut plenty of times, and now they're going to have to face off here in the very first round. Definitely friendly with each other. You see Jesse with a smile on his face. Before we jump into the match, though, I want to talk about the deck type breakdown. If you want to know what has made the Top Cut, well, in terms of the first, section of what was, had more representation between Ryzeal and Malice, Ryzeal's going to come out on top. There's 24 Fiendsmith Ryzeal decks, 17 Bestial Malice decks, 7 Mitsurugi Ryzeal decks, which is pretty interesting to see. We have 5 Bestial Fiendsmith decks, no Ryzeal cards there. 4 just pure Ryzeal decks. We have a couple Fiendsmith Malice, which is pretty cool to see. A couple Mermail Atlantean decks, that's nice to see.
2, more than I expected.
Yeah, and then 1 Tempai Dragon, 1 just
pure
Fiendsmith.
Okay.
That's interesting. I want to look at that deck list and see exactly why it's only pure Fiendsmith. And 1 Fiendsmith Bestial.
Oh, so that goes in with the other Bestial Fiendsmith. So there's 6 total Bestial Fiendsmiths.
Yeah, let's go ahead and combine that with the Bestial Fiendsmith, since it's just the name's flipped. I don't think it makes much of a difference. But yeah, lots of diversity here in the Top Cut and Top 64, but Ryzeal and Malice coming out on top as expected. But with the Mitsurugi cards, the brand new world premiere theme out of Supreme Darkness, definitely having impact this weekend, and that's what Jesse Cotton brought here to play this weekend.
Yeah, Mitsurugi has been a powerful force, converted pretty well here. It was fairly popular, not nearly as popular as other Ryzeal strategies, being mainly the Fiendsmith version, some pure, but the Mitsurugi has made it into the Top Cut. 7 players have made it this far. Not the greatest representation, but we'll see how deep they can make it.
Definitely. And on the other side, John Wilkin has brought the more traditional Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck that we've seen a lot of over the weekend. So we're going to get to see how these 2 decks play up into each other. Both these decks, they want to avoid cards like the Bestials. Luckily, they're both going to be avoiding them when they're facing off against each other here in this matchup.
I mean, there's probably some Bestials in either deck here because they're just very powerful cards. Not like not a heavy count, but just, some. Because I think Magnum is just too good of a card not to play.
Definitely. Not as many as you might see in a Malice deck, but could be packing some in one of their strategies. We'll have to see as it's about to play out. But you can see the players, even though there's a lot on the line, they're definitely putting each other at ease, both very happy. Both of them started out as Dragon Duelists, actually, which is pretty interesting. Different eras, but both coming from, playing at a very young age and traveling to events at a very young age, and now seeing success on such a large stage is awesome to see.
Yeah, it shows how dedication and hard work can get you there.
Definitely. Now it looks like we are mere moments away from getting into the game. The decks are shuffled. They're almost ready to draw their opening hands in this Canadian matchup. There's a lot of Canada in the Top 64. I mean, they've been producing so many good duelists for so many years now, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I can think of 5 immediately, including these 2 players here. But we're going to start with game number 1. Get that important die roll out of the way. I think the die roll is actually not super important in this matchup right here. I think it's more heavily important for Jesse. If Jesse wins the die roll, I think it's heavily unfavored for John just because of how powerful Mitsurugi is. But I don't think Jesse's necessarily that upset if he does happen to lose the die roll, because Mitsurugi cards are very powerful at playing into boards. The only thing is if John decides to knowingly go into Dweller as part of his end field.
6 is going to be below average. 8, it looks like John Wilkin is going to be going first. It's It's time to duel here in Top 64 of YCS Orlando, the first YGO Championship Series of 2025.
The very first match of this illustrious top cut.
All right, John doesn't seem to be too happy with his hand. Maybe he's contemplating his first play, but nope, it is
Can't be that upset.
Can't be that upset. Nope, not if Ice Raziel is going to come down first. But
he's allowed to be a little upset.
Mulcharmy Fu Wallace will be changed, so anytime John special summons from the deck or extra deck, Jesse will be able to draw a card. And there is no Ash Blossom here from John Wilkins, so the first card drawn to Jesse's hand. This is where Jesse wants to be.
I do see a lot of spell cards in Jesse's hand, so if John doesn't commit too much to the field here, Jesse can potentially blow him out with all those powerful engine cards.
All right, X Raziel is going to add Sword Raziel from the deck to the hand, I believe.
I think at this point you're opting out of the Fiendsmith engine and trying to just lay low with the detonator, unless you already have something along the lines of track and at least set up something. But if you already had track, you would have started with it, right?
Potentially, yep. So now he's looking to... Yep, gonna go ahead and special summon the sword. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it's a tough spot having to play around the Mulcharmy Fualos.
When you play the mini game, you have to really consider how many cards you want to give your opponent and what amount of interruption is enough to just survive into the next turn. It doesn't necessarily have to win the game by itself, but needs to just make it to the next turn. And if John knows anything about Jesse's deck, which he probably does, then he knows he's going to need to put up quite a bit.
All right, Bonfire is going to add Extra Zeal.
Another copy here already used its effect to add, but it is still a pre-extended.
Maybe he'd want to use it just to get an aggregator into the graveyard so he could attach it under the detonator, potentially.
Even an Eclipse would be, or actually Eclipse would be pretty bad here because it doesn't have anything else for the detonator.
So he's going to special summon Sword Raziel, and then that's going to allow him to add another copy of Ice Raziel for follow-up on the next turn.
It's all about making it to the next turn.
That's what John's thinking about right now. How many disruptions I can put up without giving Jesse too many cards?
Fuala's gaining a lot of popularity because of the introduction of the Fiendsmith engine in Raziel. Typically, pure Raziel, very powerful at playing into the Fualas, not giving up too many draws. But unfortunately, the Fiendsmith engine, typically leading with Ice Raziel, will give already one draw, and then going into the Fiendsmith engine will just give him so many more. Fualos is the main counter and very powerful to see for Jesse right now.
Alright, looks like he is going to special summon Extra Zeal, sending...
It looks like he's contemplating the aggregator here.
Does send Marilogical Aggregator to the graveyard.
Is it going to be a 4-material detonator? Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. Potentially just going into Duo Drive, just to give an additional, like, the cross could be worth one draw, honestly, especially with the amount of follow-up you get as well.
But it looks like he opts to go into Detonator here. On summon, he's going to be able to attach a monster underneath his material. He's going to attach that aggregator, so if he detaches it during Jesse's turn, he'll also be able to negate a card. But it looks like he might.
I think he's going to go for Dweller. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you know the matchup. It cuts off a lot of powerful plays here.
Yeah, he probably knows that Jesse is on the Mitsurugi strategy, so cutting off those effects from activating the graveyard could be huge for him.
Setting one to backer before passing turn. Jesse has a lot of cards in hand, but not enough to have to put any back with the Fualos. Passing priority in draw phase, so he gets to activate that Dweller as soon as he can.
And it looks like it will resolve.
Now, can Jesse power through what is essentially just a detonator as well as one in the set?
8 in hand? That's a lot of cards in hand.
The detonator's a lot of cards. They can't answer immediately. I don't think I see an infinite from Jesse's hand.
He's going to have to contemplate his next move, or it could be his last in this tournament. See him eyeing a Mitsurugi card in his hand.
Yeah, a lot less valuable under Dweller, but still useful. If you're able to develop things, it looks like we're going to start with Mitsurugi Prayers, using its effect, already tributing a reptile with the Night Sword Serpent from the hand.
Not a card you want to draw, unfortunately.
There are many uses for it. I don't think it's the worst draw in the world, but at least in this instance, you're able to resolve both effects of Prayers here.
So they'll be able to get a level 4 on the field. Also,
pushing any Mitsurugi monster.
Yep. See if he goes for Saji.
gonna add the Ameno Murakumo.
Yep, Ameno Murakumo, no Mitsurugi.
Will he opt to special summon? It doesn't look like he's opting to special summon. Yeah, he opts out. Just wanted to tribute the sword.
Okay, now he's gonna activate Mitsurugi Ritual.
Gonna special summon out that Ameno Mitsurugi.
And
Gonna tribute from deck.
Yep. And now on the summon, he'll be able to destroy or attempt to destroy all monsters that John Wilkin controls.
The Futsu being used as a material. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to activate its effect in the graveyard when tributed.
Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi.
I appreciate you doing your best, Billy.
I'm doing my best. We got lots of words, lots of letters.
A lot of no's.
A lot of no's, yeah. Let's see if John Wilkins is going to say no here to the Ameno Murakamo.
I don't think he really needs to interrupt it per se. He just needs to protect his own detonator. And then he can also detach the aggregator to not have to discard a card later. That's at least one use of detonator out of the way. A little expensive, but you had plenty of cards to work with thanks to the Fulos.
Go to battle phase here.
Yep. This trades with the detonator very well. It's once per turn to protect, so he gets to eliminate the detonator now, and now he can try to play with potentially some Ryziel cards, if he has any.
It would be pretty unfortunate if he doesn't have any, since he drew 8 cards in hand for his turn, but we'll have to see. I do see a couple copies of Ash Blossom, but looks like he's going to use another Mitsurugi Ritual to ritual summon from the deck.
A little unfortunate here, because again, you are under Bestowal. He's going to tribute his own Mitsurugi here. Just to have this one live, so potentially if another card is activated from John Wilkins' side, he's able to use its effect to either negate the effect or force him to discard a card. And now we can normal summon Sword Ryziel, which still works. It's functional. Not the best, but is functional.
Yep. Not Ice Ryziel, but it will let you get your engine online. Sword Ryziel is going to add extra Ryziel from the deck to the hand.
Extra Ryziel also not that great right now. One, because of Bestowal, but two, because it cannot activate its effect to add any cards here because he controls a non-level 4 monster.
Decided to send a detonator to the graveyard.
Oh, but he does have Cross.
Alright, so he won't have to go into Duo Drive to access Ryziel Cross, so he might just go straight into another copy of Detonator.
He's
still going to go into Duo Drive.
He does not believe that to be infinite permanent set.
Duo Drive on summon will be able to attach a material from the graveyard, a Ryziel monster at that, which is why he sent the detonator.
Going to resolve the effect here.
Attach 2 to add 2 Ryziel cards from the deck to the hand.
This will likely be adding a copy of Node and Sword, because he still hasn't used the effect of Sword to special summon from the hand. Optionally, you can go for Ice, but I don't really know how much value Ice is getting you right now. There is a copy of Node and Ice.
Ice is nice.
Sure can be.
Alright, let's see where he goes next. This is going to special summon Node. Since there's a rank 4 out there. Only down to 3. Not too bad from being at 8 cards in hand. So now he's going to use Node, sending the Ice to the graveyard to special summon back Sword Ryziel.
Likely only plays the one sword, actually. That makes a lot more sense in this situation.